request Professor Amitav Acharya to take the floor, and the format is already known to him, so he'll go according to that. And once he makes his presentation, we'll open the floor for the questions and answers. So that's how we'll go. So to Professor Acharya, please. Before he starts, we have a memento there for Professor Acharya. So I just forgot, we also welcome Professor Mrs. Acharya here and his son, who have accompanied him on this trip. So welcome you all.
All right, so thank you very much, Professor Begg. So I really want to thank him because he's the one who has been trying to get me and working with me for about a year to get this thing organized. Because when you submit an application to get the funding from the government, you need to put down the name of one person, resource person, at least one. And so he has been in touch with me for the whole past year or even longer. And thank him very much. And okay, yeah, okay. And thank you, Dr. Hassan is here. Yeah, thank you. And everybody, Dr. Imam, okay. And for picking me up from the airport yesterday. We had a long drive, 3.5 hours. So we arrived at about 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning. And that's probably why I will look a little sleepy and tired today. But I will do our best. Maybe you should have some strong coffee for me. All right. So as you have 2 days already, so you know a little bit about from other professors. But my topic is going to be global international relations today. And tomorrow I'll talk about world order. So we'll stretch it out. There's 2 topics, but there are pretty broad topics, and I will divide them up into small sections and go through them. So today is whatever you say in the program. I'm going to talk about global international relations and how it relates to other post-colonialism among others, because that's the name of this whole whole course, whole program. So I'll try to explain to you what is global international relations, how it came about, what are the key features or elements or key points of global IR, and what are the contributions, what are the criticisms global IR is facing, and what are the obstacles. So let me start by talking a little bit about a very broad definition, because there is no definition for global IR, just like there is no definition of theory. I mean, many of you have done international relations, right? Can you raise your hand? How many of you have done international relations? But just even one course, have you? Okay. Okay. Those of you who have not done any course in international relations, can you raise your hand? Because I will try to tailor my conversation to those who have not done it. Keep it very broad, because the majority of you know something about theory, right? Okay. Those of you who don't, I'll give you some idea about it, and you can ask me questions. So, all right. Okay. Now, this microphone. Okay. Okay, it's working. Yeah. Right. Okay. It's better. Okay. So there is no definition of any theory. So those of you know what is realism, what is liberalism, what is constructivism, even post-colonialism. There is no definition. People can only give you a description. So a definition is something that lays out precisely what a concept means. Like in natural sciences, in social sciences, there is no agreed definition. Even concepts like sovereignty, state, or foreign policy, or even international relations, that's the political science. There is no precise definition of what it means. So theories also cannot be defined in one word or one sentence or two sentences or even 5 sentences. So we just give you a broad idea of what the particular concept or theory means. And global IR is not a theory. It's a kind of a research agenda with theoretical impact, but not like realism or constructivism, like a theory. And even theory, what is a theory means, is not agreed upon. So I probably should say that in international relations, start by saying international relations is also very new as a subject. Most social sciences are new, at least in terms of their name. I mean, you can go back and see when is the discipline of history started. I don't think you'll find it going back to 13th century or 14th century or during the Mughal Empire here. There is no subject called history. So all these fields or disciplines, at least in humanities and social sciences, are new terms. I don't know, sociology, anthropology, art history. There is no really trajectory of this beyond the last century or so. And international relations, when you say maybe somebody would know Ibn Khaldun. Ibn Khaldun was a very famous late medieval, early modern Muslim philosopher and a historian, but also considered father of sociology. Nobody in his time will call him a sociologist. Ibn Khaldun is Ibn Khaldun, and nobody will call him an historian. So he's just a writer, and he's a polymath. He did, like most people, he did a lot of different things. Nobody would call Plato. I mean, there was a term philosophy, maybe the only one that goes back during the golden age of Islam. There was a falsafa. The Greeks had a term for philosophy, and many people go back and trace the origins of new social science disciplines back in history or natural sciences during the Greek days. But honestly, the Greeks did not have a discipline of international relations or history. Even if you say history comes from historia, but that's the really post facto. We are actually creating the history of a discipline that did not exist. So most of the names of disciplines are modern names, contemporary names. Now, international relations is just like that. It is a modern name, but doesn't mean the subject is modern, okay? And that's the key point. People say international relations is just maybe by most definitions, most accounts, little over 100 years old. So it started with, according to one story, one explanation. It started in 1919, just after World War I ended, and the first chair of international relations was established in Great Britain, in the University of Wales. So, does it mean international relations is only 100 years old? Yeah, the naming, because the chair was named as the chair of international politics, okay, Woodrow Wilson chair of international politics, not international relations. But even if we accept international politics same as international relations, the first chair was established, first professorship, endowed professorship was established in 1919. Does it mean international relations started in 1919? That would be very stupid to say that. More important, does it mean international relations started in United Kingdom or Wales. That will be even more not only unfair, but wrong. And because the subject of international relations is important. When did the subject matter of international relations start? Just like there is no discipline of sociology when Ibn Khaldun was writing, okay? But now we call him most of us call him the father of sociology, and maybe a great historian, but he didn't know what sociology meant at that time. Nobody called him sociologist walking around then. But post facto, retrospectively, we think, oh, that's when sociology started, because he is definitely one of the founders. I think most people give him credit for that. So similarly, international relations was named in 1919 as international politics. Does it mean what we are talking about, the subjects we are studying about in international relations started in 1919? No. And also, the added danger is that if we say, okay, international relations began in 1919 in Wales, in United Kingdom, in Europe, in the West, then we automatically assume it's at least British, Western, Eurocentric discipline. So that's what global are trying to challenge. Because what is the subject of international relations? What do you study in international relations? Maybe can one or two people give me just 5 areas that you study as subject matters of international relations. Those of you who have done degrees in international relations, can you tell me what do you study? Anybody? Sorry, one at a time. No, just a subject area. What do you study? One in like a foreign policy. I'll give you an example. Okay. Okay. Anything else? Just raise your hand. I'll recognize you. Okay. Yeah. Diplomacy. Okay. Trade is and area studies. Okay. Yeah. International law. Yeah. Sorry. Okay. I'm looking for things like international law, things like trade or political economy. What about values and norms, humanitarian values, human rights, right? That's one. So can anybody tell me these things started in 1919, or in Britain, in Wales, in Europe, in the West? So that you get my answer. Most of what I'm going to talk about today and tomorrow in the history is basically about that. Just because we have a field called international relations, which started as international politics with the creation of a chair called the Woodrow Wilson chair. Woodrow Wilson was the American president when World War I happened. It was named after him in Wales. It was endowed by a businessman in the Welsh, where Wales is in the United Kingdom, in that area. But does it mean the subjects we study, like diplomacy, like trade, like international law, they started in 1919? It didn't. And did it start in Europe? It didn't. And that's what I'm talking about. That's what global IR is about. You got the idea right from the beginning, before you even go to the very first slide. So the idea is that what we study, even if the discipline, the name of the discipline is called international relations, international politics, or some people call it world politics, global politics, you'll find international studies, you'll find many textbooks with different names, okay? Doesn't mean what we study was started as such in that 1919 period with the first chair. So trade, for example, very important today, right? Trade, tariffs, Trump. When did trade start? Nobody has a clue when trade started. Now, in my new book, which I'll be talking about tomorrow, at least to the Sumerian period, so 3000 BC, we have evidence of trade, and trade not only within the Arabian, the Mesopotamia area, but there was actually evidence of trade between the Sumerians, the Mesopotamian civilizations and the Indus Valley civilization, what in India now they call Harappan civilization. Very clear evidence of trade. And so when you want to study trade, when do you start? Similarly, globalization. When did it start? Well, according to the World Economic Forum, it started with the steam engine, when the steam engine was invented, 17th century, 18th century. Or when Europeans discovered, so-called discovered the Americas. That's Columbus so because that's the time they linked up all the 4 continents. So do you think trade and globalization started either with the 17th century steam engine or the European so-called voyages of discovery, so-called, in the 15th century? That will be a very narrow definition of trade. The foundations of our trade and globalization were laid when Asia, Europe, Africa, and the in-between area, Middle East, was linked. And the first civilization that really provided that sort of a link, there are already some evidence of that, but it was the Islamic expansion from Arabian Peninsula to Spain in the 8th century and 9th century. That's when actually globalization started, and it reached a peak around the 15th, 16th century, well before the Europeans actually went around to the Americas or came here to India, to South India, Calicut and Goa, the Portuguese so-called voyages to India. So globalization started there. So when do you start studying globalization then? From that period, not from 17th century or 16th century or 15th century. So global IR tries to actually understand international relations, the subject of international relations. Same for diplomacy. Diplomacy actually is much older. The first boundary marker was done in 2500 BC. There is actually a boundary still in British Museum, which says this is the boundary of the state of Umma and Lagash, and there's a pillar, and there's a treaty there. Our first diplomatic treaty, another milestone was in the peace treaty between. So why aren't we studying this, and why are we just giving international relations? We're talking about. So this is the introduction for my today and tomorrow. How it comes back. So I will start with a very broad definition of global IR, something that you don't have to accept, you can improve on, you can refine, narrow down. That's what definitions are about. Nobody accepts definition of anything by others. Very few people, there are very few terms, as I said, that are universally accepted definition. Everything is contested. But it's useful to have something, working definition. Is that okay? Working? Yeah. So global IR, therefore, is like a collective effort to develop a research agenda with theoretical impact to redefine and broaden. Okay, we'll come back, don't worry. The discipline of international relations by recognizing the histories, ideas, practices, and contributions of societies and actors that have been neglected or marginalized in the existing IR literature. Now, we gave you some readings. The readings are with you. I did not define in any of the readings what is global IR because it will be futile, and most people will focus on the definition and ignore the content, substance. So I usually did not provide the definition. But in my lectures to my students and to courses like this, professional and courses like this, I do try to provide a definition. So take a look at this. It's a collective effort. It's a research agenda with theoretical impact, but not a theory. I never really thought of global IR as a theory, and most people don't also, following my own say, formulation. Don't call global IR a theory, but it can create theory. It can have theoretical impact. And it certainly can produce a research agenda, which is more important. It helps you to develop new topics, new ideas, to do research, to write your essays, write your thesis, and produce articles and books. And the purpose is to redefine and broaden the IR, discipline of IR, not to create a new theory and new field. We are working within what we call international relations. Some people have criticized me for not getting rid of everything that we have today called IR and start something very new, or they want to start something different. But this is just like rhetoric. Academics love to talk like that, and that's very understandable. Everybody wants to start something new, something completely different. And I will tell you in a moment, this is one of the points of debate between some of the post-colonial scholars and global IR scholars. They want to start everything new. They want to get rid of everything that exists, but they don't do it in practice. They can't do it. They have to critique. They have to redefine and broaden. So global IR is honest from the beginning, not creating something totally new, totally even revolutionary, meaning rebooting the discipline. Rebooting is a word, so you sort of eliminate everything that exists to start from all over again. That's not what it is, because there is no such thing as IR discipline that was invented in the 19th or 20th century, because we're talking about practices and ideas, the institutions that have existed all along human history. So we cannot just get rid of this. So we will redefine them, broaden them, and bring in the histories, ideas, practices, and contributions of those societies and actors that have been neglected and marginalized in existing IR literature. And to a large extent, these societies that have been neglected and marginalized are the post-colonial societies. And this is why there is a clear link between global IR and post-colonialism. I use both post-colonial societies or non-Western societies. Now people call it Global South, used to be called Third World. But those are the societies and states, and not just states but also peoples, that have been marginalized and neglected, because the way we understand the beginning of international relations, having started in the UK, we completely forget, and the literature completely forget about these societies, and the literature and the textbooks continue to reflect that neglect and marginalization. So global IR brings them into the fold, and but at the same time doesn't discard the Western contributions either. So it is in that sense a broadening and redefinition, but not displacing everything that we already know or have. You can challenge the narrowness, challenge the ethnocentric assumptions and narratives of Western IR, but that's part of the game. But that doesn't mean we can say, oh, everything that has been said or written is wrong. This will be very wrong for many reasons, because that's not practical, and secondly, it's not necessary. But global IR is therefore an attempt to be more inclusive, redefine, broaden, without displacing the existing knowledge in international relations. Okay, so the beginning of global IR had to do with as a term, okay, with my presidential address in 2014 in Toronto at the International Studies Association convention. So this is the first time global IR became kind of a thing in the terms of it was front and center. If you know a little bit about the International Studies Association, it is the largest body of largest professional association of mostly scholars, but there are also practitioners, like diplomats sometimes join. But scholars of international relations broadly defined, including political economy, diplomacy, international law, and human rights and the like. So it is the largest association of people who teach, do research on, and study. Students are also very much involved in international relations. And it has about, well, depending on the numbers and the years, maybe about 7,000 members all over the world, many of them from the United States, because the meeting usually happens in the US and was founded in the US, but now increasingly broader. And Europeans are involved, Indians are involved, Chinese are increasingly involved. So this is the Global Association of International Studies, scholars and students. And that is a good platform to introduce a new concept, and that's what Global IR was introduced by me. But that doesn't mean it doesn't, it's just something that pulled out of, like pulling a rabbit out of a hat, so to speak, that came out of the blue, out of nothing. So it's not like, when the Christians say that God created the universe out of nothing in a single act. No, nothing like this. It's not creationism. It built on a lot of the previous work that had been done, but was articulated in a particular way in that convention. And that person happened to be me. But I also see, if you go back to my earlier definition, it's a collective effort. It's nobody's business. There is no guru of Global IR. It's a recognition that there is a collective effort that's been going around for some time to challenge the discipline of international relations, very narrow Eurocentric identity, which is contrary to what it should be, right? So now we look at the, and this is basically most of what I'm going to talk about this remaining part of this first session. What are the dimensions of Global IR? But this is pretty much the slide I used in 2014. And even though there have been some additions, refinements, and slightly different formulations, including by me, but I still try as much as possible to stick to it, because it sort of corresponds to the original formulation. And I don't think there is anything to really change that has become completely obsolete today. In fact, if anything, in the last 11 years, so 2014, 2025, this has become much more central to debates in international relations. They have become more and more relevant in the last 11 years. Okay. So 6 dimensions, or you can call it 6 elements, and we go through them one by one. Before that, I will have a glass of water. So the first element or a dimension is that it's founded on what I call pluralistic universalism. Now, the term universalism is very central to not only international relations or political science, but all social sciences and humanities. There are, again, a lot of definitions of universalism, but basically there are 2 formulations of what universalism and what being universal means. So one definition is that something, an idea or a norm or a concept or a practice that applies to all. Everybody is basically following that. And that's the kind of the standard Western definition of universalism. It started with the European Enlightenment, although it can go back earlier, when the philosophers of Enlightenment, including people like Immanuel Kant, particularly Immanuel Kant, and the German philosopher, but also you can talk about Rousseau, you can talk about Hegel. They all talked about a particular standard of civilization that should apply to all. It's not applying quite yet, therefore, the humanity is divided into two categories, the civilized and non-civilized. So what are the standards, or where is the standard coming from? It's from Europe, the benchmark set by Europe. It's a benchmark set by Europe, European civilization. So rationality, kind of a Westphalian state model with sovereignty and ability to conduct diplomacy according to certain principles and rules. What basically the Europeans were doing at that time in the 18th century, particularly in the 18th and 19th century, that was considered universal, and it should apply to everybody. But if it doesn't, then they recognize that vast majority of people in the world don't follow the European standard. They are sort of backward, including countries like China, which is very ironic, and India also. They were not part of, they did not meet the criteria of Europeans. So they are not civilized. So the idea of universalism, some philosophers just ignored them. They said, just forget about them. Like Hegel, for example, said Africa, don't worry about Africa. Africa is not part of history. But some, like Immanuel Kant, said, okay, we have to bring them up to our standards. And until we do that, they deserve to be colonized. So Immanuel Kant is a very complex figure. So considered the most important philosopher of enlightenment. And in some ways, he critiqued colonialism. He actually criticized European colonialism for being harsh and unjust. But he would not condone anti-colonial movements, or he would still support colonialism as a kind of a transitional period to bring these countries up to the standards of Europe. And until they do, they deserve to be colonized. So the idea of universalism then is that there is a standard, one set of, just one example, that's based in the European model, European diplomatic norms, European state system, and until then, until other countries achieve this, they don't deserve to be colonized. They don't deserve to be independent. So what you see is there are a couple of problems here. One is that you're using basically European standards on everybody else. But what is preventing other countries, particularly let's look at India, for example, since you will be more familiar with that. What is preventing India from becoming like Europeans? Well, two things. Number one, they are a British colony or European colony, not just British, by the way. The French had colony here of the Portuguese had Goa until 1960s. So most of the so-called global south was under colony. So how can they achieve European standards when they don't have agency? And the only way they can achieve is the Europeans civilize them. So this was kind of condoning imperialism and racism. So Immanuel Kant is a very substantial, significant racist, very racist attitude towards all other cultures. Only Europeans can actually achieve civilization. So that's something I've discussed extensively in my new book. So on the one hand, talking about universalization, very noble idea. Everybody should have the same values, same norms. Colonialism is bad in the long term, but in the meantime, sanctioning racism and sanctioning imperialism until the indefinite, and also how can just denying the independent agency of countries like India, China, which are actually far older, and of course you can talk about the Sumerians and others who have a lot longer history than the Europeans, or longer so-called civilized history. So that's the problem. That sort of universalism doesn't help you. It actually supports imperialism and colonialism. So some post-colonial scholars have criticized it, and one can draw on that, but not just post-colonial scholars. People who do For example, constructivism have criticized it, postmodern approaches have criticized it, and global IR, of course, keeps it front and center. That this idea of singular universalism, what I call monistic, so singular universalism, one size fits all, that idea is not only wrong and false, but also created or still continues to create a excuse for imperialism and racism. So as opposed to that is a formulation called pluralistic universalism, that it doesn't say one size fits all. So if people like Kant or others would have recognized that, hey, different civilizations have, different standards. What it means to be civilized can vary from place to place, country to country, culture, and time to time. The same Europeans had a very different idea of what it meant to be civilized earlier on. So the idea of civilization changes from region to region and country to country, or time period to time period. It doesn't mean there is a cultural exceptionalism, that everybody is totally unique and we should do everything should be done in the way the local actors believe it to be. That can be also the other extreme. If you think that everybody is unique, everybody is exceptional, and there could be all sorts of standards, that's also going the other way, cultural relativism. But I think it's possible to have common ground. So you can have universalism, but based on pluralism. So when you marry pluralism, and in this case political ideas, political institutions, ideas of world order, you acknowledge those diversity, but still say there are some common elements among them. Partly because, yes, there is something universal about being human, okay? Human beings tend to provide similar solutions to similar problems. We are all, there is a certain level in which human beings can be differentiated. Human beings everywhere in the world can be differentiated as a category from, say, aliens from other planets, or marine life, or animals. So there is a common element to humanity. Therefore, there can be a common element, a shared element to universal ideas. But at the same time, one has to recognize differences and diversity. So when you try to marry these two, reconcile diversity with singularity, you come up with what is called pluralistic universalism. Not one size fits all, but respect diversity and try to find common ground. And sometimes that common ground is not obvious to you. You have to negotiate it. So it is possible that before the Europeans so-called discovered the New World, Americas, it is possible that when they first met, they found a lot of differences completely. But later research found out there are a lot of similarities. The empire of the Incas, one of the largest empires in the world in the 15th century, a lot of similarities with in institutions and ideas with some empires of India. For example, the Gupta empires, or even the Mongols. So you can find similarities while acknowledging differences. And that has to be also sometimes negotiated. Sometimes you have to know each other. The first reaction of two very strange people could be mutual attraction or mutual contempt, or fear. But after you have talked to each other, got to know each other, you will develop understanding and mutual respect. So pluralistic universalism is not something a given you start with, but you can negotiate and build on it through interactions. So that's basically the idea that stands in, and that, sorry, I just want to step back a moment. That negotiation has to be based on equality and mutual respect, not hierarchy and imperialism. So when you bring this together, pluralistic universalism is basically what we call unity in diversity. There are many different ways of expressing it. Recognize differences, respect differences, but try to discover a common ground that may already exist, or build on it, create it through interaction. Now, to me, a lot of international relations is like that. Sorry, I will take all the questions at the end because at the end I'll give you some time and you do that. That's the way I will conduct it. Okay, I'll take that in the end. Okay, just hold on to it. And also, when you ask a question, could you give them a microphone because I have difficulty understanding it. I'll come back to you. I'll recognize you. Okay. My style is to give the lectures first and then take the questions. So it makes me feel better. We're not past the time yet. How much time we have before 11 o'clock? Yeah. What's the time now? Yeah. So I'll try to wrap up a couple of those points. Right. That's the first element. The second element is very important. It will come up in the next topic, that it is grounded in world history, not Greco-Roman history or European history or American history. So a lot of what I have been talking about is just about that, that we can not build a discipline of international relations only looking at European history, or Europeans, of course, acknowledge and actually credit their own identity and civilization to Greece and Rome. So a lot of what Europe has appropriated as Western or European is actually traced back to Greco-Roman origins, linguistically, but also conceptually. So when you talk about Euro-centrism, you can actually substitute it for Greco-Romanocentrism. So partly because a lot of the modern ideas, concepts, linguistically, in English, for example, come from Latin or Greek roots, whether it's sovereignty, whether it's norms, whether it's, there is a whole list of terms that I have identified in my book that have Greco-Roman origins linguistically. So just because, say, democracy has demos, kratos, Greek terms, so we think democracy was invented by Greeks. Just because linguistically it is, or sovereignty, super, in Latin, doesn't mean only the Romans invented sovereignty, because that's the way we have the linguistic sort of, it's a kind of linguistic imperialism in some ways. But other civilizations also had conceptions of democracy, conceptions of sovereignty. Give you an example. In India, in classical India, there is a period of republics before the Maurya Empire. So in 600 BC, India had more than a dozen republics, and mostly in North India we recognize it. They were called Gana Sanghas, Gana Sangha. So very literally association of people, right? So why, but we don't call democracy as Gana Sangha. We call democracy because it's demos and kratos, the Greek roots. So that's one reason why we have Greco-Romanocentrism linguistically. But also the Europeans have appropriated, quite falsely by the way, Greek ideas and Greek civilization as Western or European. No such thing. Greeks did not consider themselves as European. In fact, if you read my book, and I was fascinated when I found this, the Greeks actually thought, to put it very bluntly, the Europeans are very brave people, but very stupid people. The Asians are actually very smart, but cowardly, not very brave. So only Greece, which is in between Europe and Asia, is both smart and brave. So for Europeans to say Greek civilization was their ancestor is so ironic, if not wrong. So the Greeks were Greeks. They saw themselves as the Mediterranean civilization, superior to everybody else. The Romans also did not see themselves as European. They were also Mediterranean and Roman. The Roman Empire conquered all of Mediterranean. Every single state or literal, every single territory of Mediterranean was conquered by Rome and beyond. The Romans were Romans. They are not European. So later Europeans in the Renaissance and Enlightenment found out that they didn't have actually a very civilized past. So they thought, okay, we have Greece and Rome. So they are us, we are them. They are our ancestor. It's like, well, the French historian Bradel has a line about this, that every civilization has the need to have an ancestor. And we Europeans didn't have that ancestor, so we thought Greece and Rome are ancestors. But that doesn't mean they were Europeans. Now, if you think about this, then you think that's Greco-Roman history, which became basically the basis of European centrism, and of course American centrism. The United States appropriated a lot of European ideas and building its identity. So that's the history on which international relations is based. And we are trying to challenge that. Study world history, global history. Now, global history meaning starting with Africa, where human beings originated from Africa. Never forget that. And that's a contribution to civilization. There will be no civilization without human beings, and they originated in Africa. And we talk about, of course, Asia. I don't want to be Indo-centric or Sinocentric. That just because we are challenging Euro-centrism, it's become Indo-centric or India-centric or China-centric. That will be another mistake. There is a lot of contributions from Africa, a lot of contributions from what we call as the Middle East. It's a Western term, but Eurasia is a very good term for that. Europe and Asia, the Middle Asia, part Central Asia, a lot of contributions from there, a lot of contributions from the Islamic core of the Middle East, Arabian Peninsula, North Africa, states stretching all over to Al-Andalus, and of course the Inca, Maya, and American Indian civilizations. So that's global, and South Pacific as well. South Pacific, increasingly, we find a lot of evidence of trade and statecraft in the middle of the South Pacific. So that's the history we should draw on. So we call it global history or world history. I call it world history, but I'm happy to use global history because there is a movement to create global history. All right, so I will give you these two key points, and I'm happy to take some questions for the remaining time. And you can drink your tea, and then we will have a break and come back and finish up the other 3 points, because this is basically the main thing I'm going to talk about. Right, but please use a microphone and speak slowly and as loudly as possible.
Thank you, Professor Amitav Acharya. I'm also a faculty member here.
Right.
But I sit with these friends sometimes. So your lecture is very interesting, but as a teacher...
Can you hold it close to? Yeah, I have a hearing problem.
Yeah, I'm saying that your lecture is quite interesting, but as a teacher and as students, we have to keep on seeing things above and inside, what it is and what it is not.
I'm having difficulty. I'll come close to you. Yeah.
Okay, so should I come to you closely? Because no, okay, I'm coming. You be there because you be there. I'm coming. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm saying that you gave one example about pluralistic universalism, especially in the context of America.
Context of America?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I find that, why I raise my hand, because the context of America, especially in the context of defining pluralistic universalism, does not fit to me. I may be wrong. But on the basis of my own understanding and reading, I find that America and Canada and Australia, these are the places where the people who fled from the European part during the Reformation period, during the clashes between the Catholics and the Protestants, they went and they settled, and the 100% majority became 1%. So if in 200, 300 years, if you find in America like Native Americans, so they are 1 or 2%, except 1 or 2%, because I have been to New Mexico also, where you have a...
You're talking about Native Americans?
Yes, Native Americans. You have also Native Canadians, the Red Indians. They are about 2%. In Australia, same. That's why these 3 countries, especially in Western Europe, are known as settler states, except in New Zealand, where Maoris, very powerful native, they reduced to 15%. So my point is that if a native people of a particular region are reduced by force from 100% to 2% in 200 years, do you think that there can be any dialogue between the two? If it is a dialogue, it will not be. This is one Professor Amitav. The other, this is not a question. This is my submission.
No,
I may
no,
be
that's a
wrong.
good point, and I get your point, and let me just try to respond briefly, and that's an excellent point. First of all, when I said global IR kind of wants to bring in civilizations and societies that have been marginalized, I don't really mean other states only. I also mean people within states. In fact, if you read that article, in the first footnote or second footnote, it talks about Native Americans. Very much so. So we have to, we have done a lot of research. And my family had been with see Maori places in New Zealand. In April, I was a visiting professor there. We have traveled in North America with the Iroquois. In my new book, there is a whole sections on Native Americans. There is a chapter on the Mayas and Incas, but also the Native people of what is now United States and Canada. And so there are two things here. This global IR thinks they are also important because they have been marginalized. But that's not enough. We have to study the history of these people, what ideas they contributed, okay? So when I talked about global IR, it was at a conceptual level. When I did this book, it's actually at a very empirical level. It talks about 5,000 years of history and covers all civilizations. Maybe not so much Maoris, because I was not an expert on South Pacific, but I do include them and will include them more in the future. So they have ideas about, for example, what the Chinese today call peaceful coexistence, okay? That's a geopolitical term. But the idea that you can have a confederation and multiple states can live peacefully for hundreds of years came from native North Americans, the Iroquois, 5 or 6 later, tribal groups. And they might have started this in the 11th or 12th century, but they did not end until the creation of the United States. They're the first people who recognized the United States as an independent country when the US was still fighting with the British. Their constitution, the Iroquois constitution, was actually inspirational to people like Benjamin Franklin. Even the Americans don't recognize it very much. The US Congress actually has recognized it. The idea that a group of very independent, separate states can actually live peacefully for hundreds of years through agreements and through norms, and where women had a very significant equal status, is inspirational. In fact, Benjamin Franklin said, if these tribes, he of course called them barbarians, but if these tribes can live peacefully among themselves for hundreds of years, why can't we the colonies trying to draft a constitution of the United States, why can't we do it if they can do it? So that's a direct inspiration from the Iroquois. The Incas, Mayas, Aztecs, many other created civilizations and world orders, including empire, including trade, including even humanitarian values that are very relevant to it today. So we do not think about it because of either ignorance, that we didn't know about it, or prejudice, that Westerners dismiss them. But in my book, I made sure that you cannot have global IR without world history. And the world history or global history has to include not only India, China. In fact, India and China just get one chapter, but there are chapters on Africa, chapters on, of course, Islam, very important, and the Americas, because and people living within the US, as you said, they have been reduced by imperialism and by disease brought by the Europeans, and total marginalization in the Constitution today. But we have to recognize that marginalization, but also at the same time, one of the problems of post-colonialism is they talk too much about marginalization, how people have been marginalized, ignored. Very rarely they actually looked at what actually they have contributed. So post-colonialism, and this is my biggest beef with, sorry, shouldn't be using beef as a Hindu, but biggest problem with post-colonialism is that they're almost, for them, the world history starts when colonialism was founded, whether it's 15th century or 16th century. Post-colonialism doesn't talk much about pre-colonial period. this historical period. And that's what I have been challenging them, that you cannot simply start with the 15th century and then you talk about marginalization, talk about oppression, talk about all these problems global south is facing. But what they did before, very little of post-colonial research agenda is about this, the contributions of these civilizations, nations, societies before the arrival of the Europeans or colonization by Europeans. So that's also the other element of world history, and goes back to your question. If you want to study these people and marginalization, you also talk about their contributions. Right. So the point is well taken.
It was not a question because I didn't come here to make a question because your lecture is very important. You are coming from a 5,000 kilometer distance. The last thing can be taken as a question when you made the first screen in which you proposed a kind of theoretical formulation in terms of collective effort by certain groups or different pluralities.
Yeah.
So I think that as a part of deliberation, the word collective sound very good for the purpose of rhetoric or for the purpose of narrative, because we academicians are also involved in these things. But when you go for the theoretical formulation, then it has a question, because not only the European, I'm not taking European in terms of medieval thing, in terms of Roman era, or in terms of the Greek area. But I'm taking European, especially in the context of the three European intellectual movement, that is Renaissance, Reformation, and Enlightenment.
Yeah, I think so.
So these three European intellectual movements, they constructed the base of the modern state, modernity or secularity or territoriality, etc. Now in that case, these things, the concept or the method or the principles or the framework or a kind of thought related to international relations are so deeply, overwhelmed by the European experiences, especially after Machiavelli, that it will be very difficult for the collective to become collective in terms of impact. So this can be taken as a question or a comment. So this is the last. Thank you.
I'll take it as a comment, and maybe later on I can address it. Let's take some. Yeah. Yeah. Same. Use the microphone and speak. Yeah. And speak slowly and loudly.
Hello, sir. I'm
Not working. Oh.
Hello, sir. I'm Nishant from Sophia College, Ajmer. Hello, sir. I'm Nishant from Sophia College, Ajmer. Sir, I wanted to know how to move away from the mold of nation states established by European societies through international law, sort of delegitimizing the history before it. How global IR is sort of running, is it running parallel to the westernized westernized IR discipline that we already being taught, or is it going to ever interact or replace this biased understanding that we've been taught?
Okay, I can answer that very well and very nicely, and this is a great question. Global IR does not displace anything. Okay, that's my fundamental disagreement with post-colonialism. Because I don't think all the Western IR is equally bad. And also, if you look at, I don't know about among ourselves, but look at India, Indian IR community. There are a lot of people who still do realism, liberalism. I mean, Kanti Bajpai, a good friend of mine, has identified 3 different traditions. Only one of them is the Cotilian realist tradition. One of them is post-colonial tradition. One of them is the liberal tradition. So who am I to say we had to replace all this? Now, I was a keynote speaker at the India International Annual Conference. And actually, the idea of global IR was first presented in New Delhi in 2013, December, before I gave my presidential speech. And I remember, this was the Congress government at that time, and Shiv Shankar Menon, I was presiding over, and the then foreign minister, and this whole thing was funded by the government of India. And Mr. Menon joked that, hey, we are funding you, and 98% of you are post-colonial, and you're criticizing us. And he got a very good laughter out of it. And actually, the vast majority of people there were post-colonial. But I also know there are a lot of people like yourself who are not. They do realism. They do admire some Enlightenment thing. I used to be a big admirer of Immanuel Kant until I knew more, but I still do. So what I'm trying to say, to answer your question, no displacement, but challenge. That when a scholar or Western theory or idea, like what I said about Kant, racist, but did criticize colonialism, and that had an influence. Did create the foundation of universal organization, like the UN, for example. It's kind of in some ways owes to the ideas of Kant. So the global IR is some way is more inclusive than post-colonialism or Western IR. And that's the niche of global IR. If I come and tell you, get rid of everything we have, I will be not only wrong conceptually and intellectually, because there are also a lot of similar. Europeans also learned a lot of ideas from Islam and India. They got mathematics from India. They got philosophy from Islam, which is kind of Greek philosophy, but modified and enhanced by Islamic philosophers. They got ideas from China. So we have to look at this collective pool of knowledge that exists. And that's why I'm reluctant to say global IR displaces. But you challenge where you see Euro-centrism, where you see racism, where you see exclusion. So maybe the narrow sort of theories that we have, like the theories of Kenneth Walsh and John Muir, are very narrowly focused. Liberalism is actually the worst, because they think liberalism only started in Europe and US, and everybody should follow it. Realism actually sometimes acknowledges non-Western foundations. But anyway, we're challenging them to be more broad and inclusive, rather than saying what you said is so wrong because you condone racism, which is true, that we have nothing to do with you. That's different from post-colonialism. But I'm very happy to have the disagreement with them, and I get criticized for it. People think global IR is exactly it's kind of recycling European knowledge. No, far from that. But I acknowledge the criticism. Okay, there is a way. There's a reason why people might think like that without this sort of explanation. But it's also good to be different. Some of my post-colonial colleagues and friends, I'm very close to them. They actually think it's good that you have a different take on IR than us, because otherwise we'll all be the same, right? We don't want all to be the same. And so I have carved out, not only me, increasingly in a number of people, I'll tell you how global IR is flourishing now around the world. They find global IR a medium to take the middle ground. And there is also a decolonial. There is also now pluriversal. I've joined the editorial board of a new journal called Pluriversalism. I'm quite happy with all of them. I'm very happy also to have liberalism and realism, as long as you acknowledge the ethnocentric exclusionary roots and do something about it. And it's also a better approach to, my goal is to make sure that international relations become a really inclusive discipline. How everybody can have a voice, everybody can have a role. And that's this way, global IR way, is better than the mutually exclusive talking past each other way. Okay, so take another student's question. Yeah, over there. Take the microphone and
Good morning, sir. My name is Sakshi, and
if I can't hear you.
And my question is.
Oh yeah, that's good.
Yeah. So, do you see global IR evolving into multiple regionally rooted theoretical traditions, such as an Indian school, Chinese school, or African school of IR? or its primary purpose is to remain as overarching pluralist framework that connects these diverse voices?
Okay, some of these questions you're asking are anticipating what I was going to talk about. So perhaps I will come back to this later, because I will be talking about this in the next session. The national schools, and as you said, Chinese, Indian. There is no Indian school of IR anyway. There is a Chinese school of IR, and people are talking about creating, Singapore school of IR, for example. But that's a very valid, very important question about global IR. So I make a note of that, and I will make sure I will address that. Yeah. Over there? Yeah. Use the microphone, please. In 1976, 77.
76, 77, Stanley Hoffman said about IR as a American social science discipline.
Yeah.
Just to highlight the American hegemony over the discipline. But I personally feel not just the discipline, but the whole institutional structure of IR is dominated by the United States.
Yeah.
And you being the president of International Society, International Studies Association in 2014, you also saw how the American, this ISA Association annual convention is particularly held either in America or in Canada. So do you think that as the former president of ISA, do you think that the venue should change from North America to Asia, Europe? When we are talking of global IR, the venue should also shift. So I don't think, do you have any plan for that?
I would love to answer that, but let me just tell you, the current president of ISA, very good friend of mine, Siba Grovgui, is from Guinea, right? First African ISA president. So I was the first non-Western, non-white ISA president. But he is the first African ISA president. He won't get a visa if he comes to US as a Guinea, because I think Trump has banned certain West African countries. So I think many people in ISA, including myself, I'm not involved deeply in ISA anymore, but I still stay in touch. We would love to take ISA out of US, but you can't do that. So I know this very well. First of all, majority of ISA members paying the dues are Americans. So ISA will lose financial support. Second, there will be also institutional. The ISA till now gets tax breaks as a non-profit, and also universities are willing to support this in the United States. But that can change. I'm sure European universities will be very happy to host ISA headquarters. The Chinese don't want to get into ISA very much because Taiwan is a member, but if that changes, the Chinese can support. We can find support from ISA headquarters in Korea, for example. That is possible, and that should be done. But institutional is a bit difficult, but I can tell you that a lot of people are talking about not having ISA outside of the US. There has been ISA conventions outside of the US. So my first ISA convention was in actually London. That's the only time they had ISA's main convention in London. But they found that it was financially a disaster and difficult to organize. But we have done this in Canada. My speech was in Toronto, so I was elected as ISA president in Toronto. Not that Canadians are necessarily any better, but they're nothing like Trump. They don't ban countries from coming to US or harass you that much. They can deny you visa, but once you get a visa, they don't harass you like the Americans do. And Mexico, only once. Ironically, it was done in Acapulco, which is a very nice beach resort area, and everybody went to the beach and nobody attended the meeting. So no more Mexico. I think a lot of people will be happy to have it in Cancun. But I think those things will happen because of Mr. Trump. Point well taken. I mean, there have been other non-Western presidents since. My friend T.V. Paul was another one. But most remarkably, Siva Grovgui. Post-colonial, first time a post-colonial, true blue post-colonial scholar, African, has become president. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, your sir, initiating point about the global ideas.
Sorry,
Sir.
who is speaking? Oh, you over
Yes,
there.
sir.
I thought, yeah.
Sam, yes, sir. So my question is related to the first dimensions, which you are talking about that we need to have a pluralistic universalism, and for which the recognition and the respecting diversity is necessary. And you pointed out that for recognizing and respecting the diversity, there is a need of establishment of common ground. But for having the common ground, we need to have a common interest. And for having the common interest, it is necessary to somehow assimilate your interest into the existing ones, the dominating interest. So, sir, how can we find a common ground when we are already knowing that we have a conflictual entities?
Already
And
knowing what?
most often, sorry, sir.
Yeah, okay,
So most often the similar common ground is often been exclude the differences. So we are actually not diversified the international relation. We somehow, the kind of homogenize the interest in international relation. And another, sir, I want to add into it just, so without having the democratic global system, how can we address all these diversities and all these differences and recognizing them? Because there is still a difference between the assimilation and the accommodation of the interest. And on the other hand, there is also the difference of recognition and arms, sir. If you are talking about my problems and giving the solution, it is not the recognition, sir. I should have also the right to address your issues and proposing the solution for the same, and you should have also recognized my solution, sir. So this is my point on it.
Okay. So I can take that question and her question later. What's the time we're doing? We should really have a break because I want to continue. Okay, well, I think we should have a break. We'll definitely come back, and the last session will be all about your questions anyway. So I will take those two questions I haven't addressed. I think the ISA institutional question is addressed. The common interest versus common ground, how to achieve common ground when we have democratic global order or a global system, and when you have divergent interests. And also the question about the national schools of IR, which is a very important question from her. Okay, can we have a break now?
Yes.
Okay. You have to also give me a break, right? You don't want to make me too tired.
You can have a break for 15 minutes for tea. You can have a tea outside and come back fast, and then we will restart.
Right, okay. So we stay here? Snacks? I should.
Hello, check.
बैकग्राउंड उसको नहीं हिलाइएगा, आ रहा है?
साइड में चाय.
Okay.
Some more points and then you can take the questions.
Yeah. We'll get that. Yeah, that's better. Okay. Everybody ready to go? Aaron, you're not taking. Okay. Okay, so I'll continue. So a lot of stuff I wanted to say has been already covered, and as I said also that the remaining points, all the points are actually in that article, well elaborated. So I'll go through them very quickly. I already said in response to your question, point 3, global IR is more inclusive, broader than other theories. So it doesn't displace them, but it subsumes them and challenges them to be more broad and include the histories and contributions of other civilizations. So it's not a matter of displacing, it's a matter of including everybody, but challenging everybody to become, including post-colonialism, because post-colonialism never or seldom looked at pre-colonial histories of the world. And I also very closely related to that, somebody mentioned about area studies as part of the IR in the beginning. I think the studying of regions and regionalisms and area studies is very important. So traditionally there is this very egotistic dismissal by particularly American IR scholars that if you do, say, India or South Asian studies or Southeast Asian studies, which is what I do a lot. In fact, a big part of my research is Southeast Asia. Or you do Middle East or Africa, you are not an IR scholar because that's area studies. And that means you know more and more about a small and smaller region, but you miss the global picture. Global IR doesn't accept that. Area studies are very foundational to international relations. And you would know that if many, like JNU, the School of International Studies, was founded at the Indian School of International Studies and still has area studies. African studies and Indo-Pacific studies and West European studies, and there is of course international organization. So it has thematic and area studies. But IR in India and many parts of the world and in UK also begun on the back of area studies. So we don't see any contradiction between doing international relations and doing area studies. But some area studies want to keep themselves very pure. They want to only focus on one region, language. They don't want to do comparisons. They don't want to do transnational implications about their study. And some IR scholars dismiss area studies as not theoretical enough. So global IR challenges and dismisses that. So that's why it also broadens, and this is another way of broadening. And since area studies is multidisciplinary, because you cannot really do true area studies within a single discipline. Very difficult. And the whole area study tradition is multidisciplinary. So you study a lot of stuff about, say, Malaysia and or Indonesia, which is one of the countries I study. And you can't say I want to only study domestic politics and not foreign policy, or I can study foreign policy only security. You can do that, but you won't get a job. It will be too narrow. So area studies by definition is multidisciplinary. It's a global IR by inviting area studies in is also multidisciplinary. And I myself do a lot of history, and if you do trade, you have to know at least political economy, if not economics. Pure economics is hard to do because they require knowledge of statistics, mathematics, and the like. But you can political economy you can do, and sociology, anthropology, all these things are very important to global IR. And I initially brought them in as in the area study tradition, but if I want to add a new element to it, to the 6, I would include interdisciplinary or multidisciplinary nature of global IR. Then the 5th point is very important, exceptionalism. This is where it comes up with this question of Chinese school, Indian school, or African school, and the like. So the term exceptionalism is often associated with the United States, American exceptionalism. The Chinese also think they are very unique and different from everybody else. Americans think they are unique and different from everybody else. Many great powers think like that, but nothing new, nothing sinister about it, done properly. The Greeks thought they are also different from, as I told you, from Europe, Africa, or Asia. And they said they're superior. Chinese are not the only one who think they're the superior people. Everybody thinks they're superior. I'm sure there are a lot of Indians who think they're superior culture to everybody else. So let's admit that. Egyptians actually started it. They thought they are the most superior culture to all the neighbors in Nubia, in Libya, and of course in Mesopotamia, and in the Levant, and the like. It goes with the, all civilizations. There won't be civilizations they're not autocentric. But that doesn't mean you should, as IR scholars, buy into it. So one of the things I'm warning the Chinese, and also whenever the issue comes up in India, that you can talk about strategic culture, you can talk about there's nothing wrong in deriving. In fact, but if you just do that and think of yourself as totally unique, not only you are wrong, empirically wrong, because the similarities among cultures often outweigh differences. But you are also creating another form of exclusion, and you are marginalizing communities within your own state or across other countries and cultures. So the answer to Euro-centrism is not a sinocentrism or a Indo-centrism. But at the same time, I am nothing against national schools, to answer your question. I, in fact, very good friends. I am very good friends with Chin Ya-Chin, who is the founder of the Chinese School of IR. But what I find interesting is that his views are not always accepted within China. So there is another guy called Yan Sui-Tang, who I co-edited a book with recently, comparing India and China. He doesn't accept Chinese School of IR. The scholars in Shanghai don't accept the Beijing School of IR, what they call. So how far can you go? And also, in India, if you talk about an Indian School of IR, where is this India come from? Whose India is this? As I said, many Indian scholars are post-colonial scholars. They are not necessarily culturalist, although they can be. But also India has a very strong streak of universalism. As a society, has absorbed influences from many, many different civilizations and cultures, and passed them on to other civilizations as well. So what is really exceptional about India if you go beyond that? That's a legitimate point of questioning. Now, you can go either way. I've seen some very credible arguments that there's certain things unique about India. Amartya Sen wrote about Indians are argumentative. But if you just do that, that's also empirically wrong and not very helpful. And let me tell you why it's not helpful, because exceptionalism is often always wrong empirically, because there are always multiple traditions within every society, culturally, but philosophically and theoretically, like in India. So you cannot say who is defining what is uniquely, say, Chinese or Indian or Islamic or Western. And the second thing is it can lead to oppression. So you can say, because this is the essence of the school, you tend to dismiss, marginalize others who don't follow you. And in international relations, it happens a lot, you know. IR scholars are very narrow-minded, and it's kind of you can say, as somebody has followed the discipline. Sometimes they fight with each other because there are legitimate grounds of questioning and disagreement. Okay, fair enough. But sometimes they also act as gatekeepers. So they don't hire people who don't do what they do. They don't publish articles from other viewpoints if that contribution, that paper, that author is not from their own discipline or doesn't accept their own viewpoint. So this is a unique. Realists do that to liberals do that to realists, and everybody does that to critical scholars. Post-colonial scholars also have their own form of ethnocentrism or centrism. I don't say ethnocentrism. So any claim of exceptionalism is hard to support because of a diversity of including within, so as I said, China is supposed to be a homogeneous civilization, but the Chinese don't agree on the necessity for IR schools. Chinese school. Actually, many Chinese are happy with realism. Many Indians are very happy with realism. That's why the Kautilya is so popular in Delhi, if not elsewhere. So exceptionalism doesn't hang, doesn't cannot really hold its own against claims of diversity or the reality of diversity, and it can lead to injustice, or to put it differently, it can lead to marginalization of others. It can be itself imperial in some ways or exclusionary. So global IR therefore has a standard that you can have a national school, no problem with that, but what you develop must travel. You cannot, like Chinese school of IR cannot simply explain China or East Asia. It should also be able to explain world politics as a whole. You want to develop some ideas out of ancient India or Islam or Africa, it cannot simply explain Islam, Africa, or India. It should be able to have a universal validity. It must travel beyond the country or the school or the university or the person from whom it originated. So that's basically the point about not having exceptionalism. Not making a claim that everybody is unique and there's only one, or this school is better than others. Actually, the uniqueness claim is also very false because no society is totally unique. One of the things I found comparing all civilizations in the last 5,000 years, I found actually a lot more similarities than, there are differences, but we know the differences, okay? We know differences between West and the rest, or Africa and Asia, and the like. Different class of civilization thesis is born out of differences, or highlighting these differences. But I found that there's a lot more similarities than we know, or we acknowledge. And also these similarities are often constructed peacefully, mutual learning. But some of the similarities are endemic, are endogenous. They're already there. So that's why exceptionalism is not something global IR accepts. And finally, the agency. Agency is ability to contribute, create, develop, expand something. And in international relations, agency is the contribution of societies and states, people, leaders from all over the world in terms of constructing the norms, institutions, and structure of international relations. So multiple forms of agency means two things. One is that agency of not only just the Western countries, the great powers, but non-Western countries, the global south, whatever you call it, and also not so great powers, middle powers, small states, and the like, and communities, and the like. But agency, sometimes we can plate it with the material agency. That means if you have economic and military power, material power, you can be an agent, you can contribute. We don't recognize the agency of other types of agency, like agency in creating new ideas, new norms, agency in leadership. Even if you don't have material power, you are not a great power economically or financially, can you contribute? Well, you can. And there are many, many examples I cover both in this book but in the previous book, multiple forms of agency. I have a book called Constructing Global Order, Agency and Change in World Politics. So one form of agency, resistance. disagreeing with something is a form of agency. The whole idea of post-colonialism is based on resistance, anti-colonial struggles. So you don't just because they're anti-something doesn't mean they have no agency. No. That's a contribution to world order. Agency can be ideational, not material. Create new ideas like non-violence or human security that Mahabubul Haq and Amartya Sen developed, human development, responsible sovereignty. These are ideas. They're not promoted by great powers. They're not created by great powers or middle powers, but individuals. And then they became part of a social movement. And also supported by international institutions like the UN. So ideational agency is important. Normative agency is important. Resistance to established structures and established modes of thinking is a form of agency. And agency also is not just creating something, but refining, developing, and adapting and localizing it. So if you broaden the idea of agency, you'll find that the global south, whatever, non-Western countries have made tremendous contribution. Because the non-Western countries are, until now, they're relatively poor, and only now some countries are moving up, emerging powers, China, India, and Indonesia, South Africa. You can talk about the BRICS, but they're a minority of countries, if not populations are huge, but countries in the world. What about Kenya? What about, say, Malaysia, a country also I study quite closely. So can they not contribute? Singapore. I mean, Singapore is a very rich country, but a small state. So they also sometimes, they don't sort of create alliances. They don't create international organizations in a big way, but they provide ideas. They provide, this is the good way to do this. So middle powers used to do that. Australia, Canada now, coming from the idea of middle powers is expanded. So there are many more sources of agency. So that's why to broaden and globalize IR, you should go beyond material agency, because if you do that, you are confined to the contribution of powerful states, including the great powers. And until now, all the great powers used to be Western. So you are keeping the discipline weight down. But if you recognize other forms of agency, you can say that the world is always global. International relations has always been global, because many of these ideas that we have today did not come from great powers. They come from individuals that are representing small states, colonial states under colonial rule, and also states that are in many parts of the world. So I say responsible sovereignty is a norm that came from Africa in that book, Constructing Global Order. Human development and human security came from a combination, a fantastic friendship between a Pakistani economist and an Indian economist, Mahabubul Haq and Amartya Sen, who studied in Cambridge as classmates together. And kind of, Haq, of course, gets the credit for actually getting the idea of human development. But Sen did a lot of work in developing the index, and they worked very closely together. So, and they were not government, Mahabubul Haq was a government official for a while, but he didn't stay very long. Amartya Sen never really had a government position as an intellectual. And we find that also in similar ideas in many parts of the world, that non-officials, private individuals, social movements, anti-landmine campaign, a lot of human rights campaign come from either social movements, individuals. And if you bring that in, you'll find that the world order today has been created by many, many actors, and not just a handful of Western nations. Right? And I'll also tell you a new article coming out in World Today, I'll mention this. You know, the United Nations was created in the San Francisco Conference in 1945, right? That drafted the UN Charter. You know how many people were there? How many countries were represented? Well, how many countries sent delegations? 50. And then Poland was supposed to send, but did not, but he signed the charter. So there were 51 founders. Now, out of the 50 countries, India was still a British colony, but the British government allowed an Indian delegation. separate from the British delegation. But it was led by the Viceroy's sort of Privy Council, a guy called Ramasamy Mudaliar. Did a very good job, but he was not an independent person. Now, Nehru was in jail, so British did not send him. The Philippines was under American rule. So it also went separately, was allowed, different from United States. But counting them, or now, let's say not counting them, there were still half of the 50 countries were from today's global south. 50%, I mean, depends on how you count it, okay? But about half of these countries, in fact, in my count, 30 out of 50. Many of them from Latin America, but many of them, including if you include India and Philippines, they are from the global south. So what did they do? The current structure of global governance is based on the UN San Francisco model. So what happened was, in the committee leadership, the Westerners dominated. So the British, French, South Africa, under apartheid, they dominated. Only certain committees were led by non-white people. And Mudaliar actually led the committee that led to the Economic and Social Council, ECOSOC. The British thought, it's okay, the Indian can do the economic and social thing. We will do the security and the big thing, okay? But if you look at the charter, if anybody wants to have a great research project, you should go and study the UN Charter proceedings, the San Francisco Committee conference proceedings. They're all available online, 21 volumes. You can do a search. There's so many things you can learn from there about the creation of modern world order. So I did a content search on decolonization, colonialism, racism. I didn't find any mention of, very few mention of colonialism and racism. It was not really discussed very much. But a lot of other things were discussed. And during the debate, these global South representatives contributed, even if they didn't have the power, the committee chairship, but they intervened. So the Haitians, and actually the Mr. Mudaliar himself, and also in the human rights debates, the global South countries did help and did contribute. So creating that form of agency, not being independent countries or newly independent countries, not having any power, not having even the privilege of being committee members or chairs, they did contribute. So what we do, we just read some handful of books. The UN was created, Liberal International Order, that created by the United States in San Francisco, and it's an American creation, Western creation. But we miss a whole bunch of reality where the contestations happen, challenges happen. And one good example I want to give you, it didn't happen in the UN, but it happened in the drafting of the Universal Declaration on Human Rights, of Human Rights. But it also began with the creation of the UN's Human Rights Committee. So when the language of UDHR was being drafted, the original formulation was all men are created equal, right? The French proposed that because that's the French Revolution Declaration. And when it went to the committee for voting and final drafting, there were two Indian representatives. One was called Minu Mashani. He has a long name, but I think it's called Minu, the middle name is Minu. The other one was a woman called Hansa Mehta. And both of them basically stood up, and Hansa Mehta particularly stood up to tell Eleanor Roosevelt, who was chair of the committee, drafting committee, that you can't do that. You cannot say all men are created equal, because the French had said that. And Mrs. Roosevelt was willing to accept the French definition system. We have to change it. So because of her intervention, it became all human beings are created equal. Now, it may sound trivial, it may sound symbolic, but profound. That, and this change of language in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights happened because of forceful intervention by an Indian representative at the committee, who was not a government official, by the way. She was a nationalist struggle leader and a social activist. So very good example of how non-Western, global South, post-colonial states or non-state actors can actually make a contribution. Global IR recognizes that form of agency. That's why it's much broader than the standard realist view that states that the most important actors are liberal view that, okay, states and NGOs are actors, or constructivism that talks about culture. Global IR actually looks at multiple forms of agency. So that's the last part of the 6 elements I'm talking about. If you bring all this together, IR looks very broad, like very different. To do our international relations is to do so many different things than what the kind of narrow training we get. I don't know about here, but certainly in the United States, there are mainstream universities. The same old syllabi, same old writers, very few non-Western contributions, very few classes devoted to what did not happen in Europe or under the dominance of Europe or United States. Right, so I want to stop here. And in terms of time, how are you doing with time? We can take some questions. Mr. Beck, you want to come here to help me? Or we can take some time. I have other things to say, but I think it'll be good for me to answer the questions, and I will highlight those. So let's have some questions. Yeah. Well, I think I answered the global, the National School of IR, right? But it's good to have national schools. Not so much. They become narrow and exclusionary, and they only explain what's happening in their own country. Common interest, common ground question. Mr. Rafi, how do you build common ground when countries are looking after their common interest, after their own national interest? Well, we have had a lot of discussion and debate in the literature of international relations, where the idea of national interest comes out as the idea of national interest comes out as a very flawed notion. The particular sort of narrow idea of national interest in some ways doesn't exist. It's a very flawed concept to say the least. But that doesn't mean countries cannot be selfish and narrow and look after their own interest, first and foremost. How do you build common interest? Well, a common ground. You find out what are, not every country in the world is in a mutually exclusive relationship with other countries. And sometimes your definition of what is your national interest changes. And that's the big point here. One of the big contributions of constructivism as a theory is to say that state identities and interests are socially constructed. They're not given. So you may start as a, I'm representing country A, and you're representing country B. This is my interest, and this is your interest. But as we enter into a relationship of socialization, you begin to understand each other more, and your interest changes. So what you consider as your national interest is not purely national. It also takes into account the interest of others. That's what diplomacy and negotiation is all about. Finding common ground through negotiations without giving up your own interest completely. And this is accepted by liberals as well. But constructivism goes a step further and says that, hey, you can actually completely transform your identity and interest. So from a national, you can become a collective interest. And that can happen. So we have seen that happen in the European Union. In some ways, now is not a good time since Cambodia and Thailand are fighting a little conflict. I don't think it will last very long. It has nothing to do with Trump. I don't think they were really going to go to a full-scale war. But even then, ASEAN has also changed the national interest of countries compared to 1967 and before. So there is a possibility of developing a common ground through negotiations and familiarity. There is also the idea that there will be shared challenges. I mean, it may not look like a right thing to say when the world is not standing up to tariffs, and also during COVID pandemic, we did not have was a common threat, but not a lot of cooperation. But ultimately, and don't accept what happened now as the future or as the entire history of the world. There are possibilities of having a common interest against common threats. So COVID was not a good example in the beginning, but climate change has a bit of a common interest. A lot of countries are developing, maybe the United States under Trump is withdrawing from this, but under a different administration it will join. So develop a common interest because it's a common challenge. And you will find that the same thing. There's no perfect community in the world, like a paradise, a Kantian perpetual peace, nothing like that. But what the Indonesians call consensus, musawara and mufakat, is very, and that's not just purely Indonesian, it happens in every society. So what is a consensus? It's different from unanimity. A consensus is when a plurality of participants, countries or in the village culture, the village elders, agree on something to disagree. It's agreeing to disagree, or maybe it's just like what you call X minus 1. So 10 countries will agree, 2 countries or one country will disagree, but you go ahead with the project because majority have agreed. So consensus is not unanimity. And also when you feel that even if you don't like this idea or decision, you are not irreparably harmed if that goes ahead. Okay, I can go along. So going along. So most international organizations work by consensus. And there are exceptions when you have a very nationalistic, populist representative leader. So I don't want to have anything to do with this agreement. But there are also large number of cases where countries go along with a decision if they don't see their interests are being completely harmed by it, totally harmed by it. So because we are always living in the gray area, okay? There is no black and white. The gray area is where international relations happens. That you'll find that what Indonesians call unity and diversity, Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, actually happens. That as long as, if you study Indonesian politics, but I think it happens in India as well, that there are 5 elders deciding a dispute of somebody stolen somebody's chicken, and they say, okay, 4 agree and 1 disagrees. In most cases, it won't be completely a disaster. There's no voting. It's just basically one person. This is the consensus, okay? We don't have a fundamental disagreement, even the couple of us don't completely agree with who is guilty, who is not. So that is what finding common ground is about. Not, we have close to 200 countries and territories now, but it's impossible to find agreement. But that doesn't mean we cannot have a general consensus. Sometimes the consensus can be through voting, but sometimes it's a general sense that defined by the chair. In the Southeast Asia, is the chair of the ASEAN that defines what a consensus is. So I think it's possible. World is not democratic, yes. Countries are not democratic. Democracy is backsliding in many countries in the world. So it will be nice to have a democracy in the world. But that's not going to happen. Look, the world is never going to be perfectly equal. There is always going to be a hierarchy. There are always going to be big powers, middle powers, small powers. So we are not being totally unrealistic here to create a egalitarian society, socialist paradise. No. Even that never is perfect equality. But you can have many levels of democracy. So you don't agree with, say, at the global level. You can agree at the regional level. I think in a regional level there is more democracy than at the global level because it's much smaller. And you can also have mini-lateral groups where you can have democracy. So let's not have this absolute notion of democracy that everything has to be decided by vote. Just look at what is possible. Total equality is impossible, and total democracy is never going to be the global norm, never. It has never been the global norm. You know, if you study 5,000 years of history, you know what is the most successful political system in 5,000 years? Anybody? The most successful political institution in the history of the world. I can tell you it's not democracy. You know what it is? It's universal monarchy, divine monarchy. Started with the Sumerians and the Egyptians, continues in Brunei today. The idea of a divine monarchy is the most successful institution. Democracy has a very limited history. I say that I want everybody to be democratic if possible, but unfortunately it has never worked. Athens was not a real democracy. It has only 12.7% people can vote, in the people living in that area. You have to do military service. You have to you have to be male, and you cannot be a slave or a woman. And also there are no individual liberty. You can have the liberty, protect your state against each other, other Greek states or Persia, but you cannot have, individuals didn't have liberty. Think of democracy without liberty. But we call it democracy. And even that democracy was not exportable. Athens was overtaken by the Greeks, were overtaken by the Roman Empire, become part of an empire. So monarchy, republics were more important. Republic is not the same as a democracy. Empire is actually the most common, most successful at the the history of the world doesn't tell you that everybody should become democratic. Let's have democracies, republics, but we're not going to have that. So what do you have? Try to cooperate with the democracies. That's the democratic peace theory talks about. Only democracies can do climate change or mitigate climate change. Only democracies are peaceful. There is no evidence whatsoever, except for the last 250 years. The democratic peace theory was built on ignoring colonial wars. So the whole theory is flawed. It's something I mentioned in my article. But let's live with what we have some normative aspirations, but it's still possible to have a community of diverse nations, not what the Chinese call community of shared destiny. I don't buy that. But diversity is a key, and you can still build, the Indonesian way is better for me. Unity in diversity. Okay, take some more questions.
Yes. That girl. Mike.
Speak up a little, yeah.
Make it a bit closer to your mouth.
You often describe global IR as a framework or research agenda rather than a conventional theory. So my question is, do you think global IR will evolve into a full-fledged theory with explanatory and predictive power, or it is strength precisely in being a meta framework that challenges and complements existing IR theories?
Okay, I get the point. I will take some questions and I'll answer that. Will global IR ever develop into a theory, predictive capability? That's a good question. Or is it just a research agenda? Okay.
Sir, I have a related question. Sir, what is the exact relationship between post-colonialism or post-colonial theory on the one hand and global international relations, as you have rightly said that it is a research agenda? So what is the exact relationship between these? Are you borrowing those conceptual categories that has been developed by post-colonial theory over the last few decades? And if you disagree with them, with those conceptual categories, to what extent you disagree, with them?
Okay, I got the point that what's the exact relationship between post-colonialism and global IR. And what's the last part? We're talking a bit too fast.
What you borrowed last part?
Oh, what I have borrowed. Okay, excellent question. Yeah. Thank you for asking that. Just give me a second.
I have it.
Off media.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Just ask one question. Okay. Because I cannot remember. I honestly am cognitively incapable of answering questions with 3 parts. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Come into policy. Okay. Very good. Okay. So. Okay. Policy and so. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I got that point. Global IR doesn't challenge the existing IR, but how does it convert to policy? Okay. It's a good question. In fact, it's very helpful for policy.
Yes. Is it not working? बोलिए बोलिए चलिए बोलिए आप बोलिए
Okay. Yeah. So can global IR offer mechanisms
of redressal of that issue?
Global justice. Yeah. Okay. So I heard you loud and clear, but that term justice, we should just emphasize that. That's a very good point. That's a very good point. So global IR and global justice. Some of you are young people compared to me, so I will say always same advice I gave to my son, emphasize your key point front and center. If you do a TV interview, you get 1 minute to have your point. So you cannot just go around beating around the bush. Just say, I want to ask about global justice. What's the relationship between global justice? It's a fantastic question because that's really what global IR is trying to grapple with. And I would love to answer that question. Okay. Okay, so we have about 4 questions, so we can take some more. What's the time now?
We still have some time.
We have some time now. Yeah.
Sir, as global IR calls for integrating the marginalized voice from other regions, so do these marginalized voices, their ideas, their customs, do they really have the potential of getting integrated into the mainstream IR? My second question is, in your book, The Making of Global International Relations, while discussing the idea of scientific racism, you therein label...
Scientific racism?
Yes, sir. Scientific racism. And you therein label Mr. Woodrow Wilson as an extremely racist person. So can you give us some instances in his life which prove him to be...
So who is extremely racist?
Woodrow Wilson. He's saying that you wrote in your book that he is extremely racist. So
you mean Kant?
No, Woodrow Wilson.
Oh, Woodrow Wilson, okay.
Yes, sir. So why do you call him extremely racist?
Can you provide...
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, that will take a while, yeah. Okay, I'll answer, yeah. So, okay, I think it's important to recognize and justify what we say. Okay. Okay. Can I just answer one of those questions? The first point, let me pick up the question I think is very important out of the many questions in relation to what I'm talking about today. I mean, all of your questions are fantastic, but I'm being selective so that we can give everybody a chance to ask questions and me be able to answer the questions. All right, let me just try to answer this. We have about 5 questions, right? So before it becomes too long a list. So research agenda or theory with predictive power. Can global IR actually develop into a theory as opposed to being a research agenda? And can the theory, that sort of a theory, have explanatory and predictive power, right? Okay. Again, an excellent question, and I was going to actually deal with that in one of my PowerPoint. That's exactly why I didn't go through everything. So much depends on what you mean by theory, right? As I said at the beginning, many of these things don't have an acceptable definition. So theory is one of them. There's no definition of theory. So in some of the work I did on global IR and also with non-Western IR theory with Barry Buzan, we grappled with this question: what is theory? So global IR came out of this project that Barry and I did on why is there no non-Western IR theory. That's 2007, 2006-07, and then I moved away from non-Western and developed global in 2014, around that time. But there is a continuity between non-Western IR theory and global IR. And at the heart of this is what is theory? So if you look at theory, lies in the eyes of the beholder, right? Like beauty or many concepts. So when the Americans talk about theory, they use terms like explanation, prediction. When the Europeans talk about theory, they don't talk about explanation. They talk about understanding, not explanation. Theory also means something very, as a systematic way of organizing knowledge, not being able to explain or predict. Now, Americans talk about hypothesis testing, very rational choice. The Europeans and the British in particular, like English School of IR, doesn't talk about hypothesis testing. Right. So where does global IR fit in? Global IR doesn't have a particular choice. It's agnostic about what methodology, epistemology you use. You can be rationalist, you can be also the American way, and you can be also organizing knowledge systematically and provide a coherent set of ideas without cause and effect relationship. So you find that if you broaden the definition of theory, a lot of theory that happens outside of the West, and certainly outside of the United States, but also outside of the West, is actually theoretical. So it's theoretical in the broader sense, not theoretical in the narrow sense. But as far as I'm concerned, you can do global IR, and one of my students, not directly my student, he's actually my neighbor, who's studying at Oxford, just finished, and he actually writing how can scientific IR be part of global IR. I have no problem with that. But I think it is more likely, since we are talking about a global constituency for global IR, it's more likely to be in the, not the American narrow meaning of theory. It will be more like the theory as a systematic, coherent organization of knowledge, finding concepts and categories, and making sense of reality. Theory is about making sense of a very complex reality. You don't have to explain and predict. Now, you know that theory, IR scholars have been almost 100% failures when it comes to predicting events. Predicting 9/11, predicting COVID pandemic. I think Bill Gates did a better job than IR scholars. So anybody who says we can predict is an IR, they're building on a very dismal record. And most people should not even try that. You can point to possibilities, that alternatives. This can happen under these conditions. Prediction is a bad business, although you can make a lot of money if you're a consultant by feeding falsehoods to your clients, but you cannot really predict. You can give them options and possibilities. Explanation is also not everybody's cup of tea, so to speak, a cup of coffee. You can do, okay, is that not working? So explanation, if you mean by explanation, like cause and effect, A leads to B, everybody does that. I mean, you can explain, say, why did World War II happen? Okay, you can explain by having, in a scientific way, have three hypotheses because of changes in the balance of power, rise of Germany, hypothesis A. And hypothesis 2 is what Lenin talked about World War I, imperialism and colonialism led to World War or 1 or 2. Or you can talk about changes in domestic politics. And you can make them into separate hypotheses, right? And test them and say which one is better. But you might also, that way, getting into very narrow territory. No single explanation may be valid. Maybe all of them are valid. So a scientific approach, a rationalist approach, doesn't really necessarily get you the best explanation. So it may not really approximate reality. That's why now IR has moved away from that sort of parsimonious, narrow, single cause explanation to what I call eclecticism. So you cannot be eclectic. So you can have multiple explanations, or you can combine elements of realism, liberalism, constructivism, and Marxism to explain World War I and World War II. That has become quite fashionable now. So global IR can do all of this, but more likely it's going to do the kind of a descriptive and explanatory, but not in the hypothesis, cause and effect. Singular explanation, single variable, single factor explanation. Because we're talking about a large pool of scholars from all over the world. And that's why there will be variations and differences between the United States scholars and everybody else in the world, really. It's US versus everybody else in the world. But even in the United States, not everybody does statistics, regression analysis, hypothesis testing. And when they do a terrible job. Now, I didn't say global IR is a theory, but I didn't say it. I did not say it cannot lead to theory. So what you can do in global IR is develop what you call mid-range theories, not the paradigmatic, like realism, liberalism, constructivism. The days of those are gone. Nobody talks about them. That's obsolete. But the days of what you call mid-range theory, like in foreign policy analysis, I have done one localization, non-localization theory. That's mid-range, explaining certain part of international relations, not the entire international relations. Not saying the world goes around power or a balance of power. But you can have small theories of balance of power under specific conditions, balance of power may work. So democratic peace theory is actually a mid-range theory. Economic interdependence theory is a mid-range theory. Middle range means only able to explain a certain part of the world at a certain period of time, but it cannot be just 1 year or 2 years, an appreciable length of time. And I have a theory. So I have a theory that often associated with my name, localization, norm localization. It's a middle-range theory. It's very successful. I mean, we have hundreds and hundreds of dissertations written around it, but it's not a grand theory. So global, and while I developed this theory in 2004, contextualize, localize it, taking into account what the consumers actually want, rather than what the providers want. So there are many theories you can do. You can talk about different types of world order, which based on not one place, one country, but multiple places through comparison, but still doesn't explain world politics as a whole. So I think you should read up on what is called a mid-range theory, and you will see global IR can provide that. But research agenda for sure. Global IR is helping many scholars in the global south to actually, they feel empowered by it. Because before they were excluded, they didn't feel they belonged. In fact, like when I started IR theory, I didn't think I belonged. There's nothing about my history, culture, identity is in there. So now scholars from Africa, Latin America, Asia, they feel they can relate to it. Even if they don't 100% agree with global IR, they say, okay, it helps us to actually get into the debate. find our own space. I want to tell you, give you a quote that I want to show you later. This is as good a time as what this article talks about. So just take a look. Beverly, and I know Beverly very well. She worked with me in Singapore, and now she's moved to, I think, Sussex, Exeter, or AMU, and her colleague. This is what global IR does. It critiques reproduction of Western-centric knowledge, creating greater consciousness about Western privilege, historical specificity, and non-Western agency, facilitated the growth of non-Western-centric theorizing, accelerating the diversification of discipline, has greater interrogation of context and complexity. Context and complexity. Now, this article is available. If you want, I can send it to you, and you can pass it around. And this is not a total acceptance of global IR, but this is what global IR does. And you find that a lot of scholars from Africa, Latin America are using global Asia to get into the debate. And they may not always accept it. There are a lot of disagreement, but that's what academia is about, right? You start with something and you disagree and you build on it. But at least it allows them to get into it. It empowers them. That's my main point about global IR. It empowers people who are being excluded, because now they can see at the highest level of, this is not like some random development by a random scholar, because it was presented in ISA, a presidential address. This is one of the most, it was until recently, probably still is the most downloaded, most read article in International Studies Quarterly. ISA's flagship news, publication. But at least certainly still in the top 5. So, and you can see the trajectory of global IR. This was done a couple of years ago, 2019. Global IR has taken off. There was very little, there was some mention, but as a term from 2012, but especially after 2014. And this is giving global IR a very broad definition, not global IR in capital GIR, but global IR as a term. And global and international relations occur in the same sentence. So this is happening, but it's taken off particularly because it's empowering a lot of scholars from the global south. And apart from what Beverly and Catherine said, this is what is doing global IR. Okay, so we move back to the next question. It's a research agenda, but it has the potential for doing mid-range theorizing. Okay, post-colonial IR and global IR. What I have borrowed from post-colonialism. As I said, I am not a post-colonial scholar. I'll be the first one to admit. I don't follow all their language, all their jargon, but I do like the way they critique colonialism. Okay, so when I wrote this book, but also my earlier article on race and racism in the Making of Modern World Order, it's published 2021 in International Affairs, and the 100th anniversary issue. So I consulted a lot of post-colonial scholars. I mean, as the saying goes, I am not a post-colonial scholar, but some of my best friends are post-colonial scholars. So Siva, the current ISA president, Randy Prasad, and of course, there are many others I talk to. I talk to them. I find their ideas very, very interesting. The critique of colonialism interesting. They pointed to me literature and ideas on race and racism. Couldn't have done this without their help. But I didn't buy everything from them. And that's, I now think it's a good thing, because we're not all going to be same. So global IR is more inclusive, more tolerant of post-colonial mainstream, so-called mainstream theories. It just challenges them but doesn't reject them. And I also think global IR is a lot more into pre-colonial IR than post-colonialism has been so far. So again, building on the critique of colonialism, critique of mainstream IR, while not accepting post-colonialism's rejection of other theories wholesale and urging them and developing an agenda based on pre-colonial IR. That's the difference between post-colonialism, global IR, and what I learned from them. Okay. Global IR doesn't challenge, policy relevance. If global IR did not challenge, but co-opted or subsumed, I would say subsumed other theories, can it be relevant for policy? I think policymakers will be delighted by this. Because if you want to do policy, you want to be a policy analyst in a government or think tank, you need options, right? And so you cannot start by saying, let's say, I don't know, what's a good example now? I mean, everything is so controversial. But you say, let's go back to history. Why did the Cold War started? Okay? Or why did the Cold War end? So you want to write a memo. Let's say you are a policy analyst in 1988, 89, or 1991. So you want to give multiple explanations. Policymakers would like to have multiple explanations before they make a decision, depending on what level of policy you are. If policymakers or leaders are only fed by one idea, one explanation, they're in big trouble. This is what sycophantic staffers do. They want to tell policymakers what they want to hear, as opposed to giving them multiple explanations, choices, and then suggesting maybe this is more credible. And then a good policymaker should always listen to multiple sort of memos and multiple agencies, multiple analysts, and before making up her or his mind. So if you have global IR, doesn't dismissing realism, liberalism, constructivism, post-colonialism, and you develop each of these into frameworks for your policy analysis to understand why certain things happen, like the Cold War ended, whether it's America's military buildup, whether it's Russia not being a democracy, Soviet Union not being a democracy, whether not having, because of economic reasons, because of ideas of Gorbachev those days, or you want to give them all this and say, I think it was basically the Soviet Union's failure to participate in global trade effectively. Well, let the policy, the maker, decides on this. I think that's a better way. And if you say no, there's only one explanation. Global is post-colonial IR, or it's the economic explanation. That you're not doing your boss a favor. So I usually teach. There's a course I teach as a policy relevance, a global IR course with policy relevance. So we ask them to write memos to, like, say, you are working for the U.S. State Department and you are writing a memo on, say, the the Gaza-Israeli conflict and Ukraine-Russia conflict. And so how do you analyze the causes and how it might end? So the memo must use more than two theories to develop option explanations. That's compulsory. This is not just at the master's level. We do that at the PhD level too, in the PhD comprehensive exams. So choose a policy issue and provide multiple explanations, but at least using two theories or three theories. Global IR perspective, from a global IR perspective, we are much more credible. You can be a realist and find another explanation, but if you're doing that from day one, you're already biased in favor of the realist explanation. And if you're a good policymaker or a good professor, you don't like those kind of monocausal explanations or prescriptions. Sort of single, well, it's always give them kind of a final analysis that this is more likely. That's okay. But don't say this is the only possibility. So when you write an article in International Relations Journal, you always have to consider alternative explanations. Now remember, this is not very common in a global South or India, but to get published in a journal, like you can read my article in an international organization, you have to provide an alternative explanation. Why my explanation is right and others are wrong. But you have to recognize what the others are. And global IR helps you to do that much better, much more independently than if you are already biased in favor of a single theory. So it's good for policy. Global IR is very good for policy analysis. And global justice, I think the whole idea of global IR, first of all, epistemic justice, okay, as opposed to practical justice. I mean, they're related. So epistemic justice means recognizing the voices, but the approaches and methodologies of other civilizations. So I've seen scholars like the Chinese scholars talk about their model of Zhongyang dialectics, yin and yang. Indian scholars talk about the Advaita dialect, Advaita way of producing no binary kind of approach. So you kind of level the playing field. That's a form of justice. And that also helps countries to have justice in the real world, because you can acknowledge that you can respect the contributions of others. One of the biggest problems we have today is basically that the Westerners don't recognize the achievements and contributions of other civilizations. And this is not just Westerners, meaning Western leaders. I mean, many of them are ignorant anyway. Most leaders don't know much about what's happening in the world, okay? So this is not just Westerners. But they become leaders, very few leaders are like Manmohan Singh, who is a PhD from Cambridge. Most leaders are not like that, and that's fair enough, nothing wrong with that. And some leaders are contemptuous of academia, which is also fair enough. But what they can do or should do is to try to understand what's happening through history. Now, since the current generation of leaders are incapable of doing this, who can do it? It's the students can do it. Because a lot of our students, and I'm talking about classrooms in the West, and this is the last chapter of my book discusses that. The syllabus, curriculum, history, my son just graduated from school, they don't really study African contributions, Islamic contributions. They might just learn about China a little bit, maybe India even less so. So they don't really talk about, they don't learn in high school what other civilizations have contributed. So when I wrote this book, it started also with a series of lectures to an audience like this, but also subsequently to undergraduate students, first year undergraduate students. And the reaction I get from purely majority of them are white Anglo-Saxon from the East Coast. So they're not necessarily familiar with Africa, Latin America. Majority of them are gasping when I said, you know, the first peace treaty was signed between the Egyptians and the Hittites. And it's very similar to what we have in the United Nations Charter. Or when I tell them that there were principles of just war, not attacking civilians, not using chemical poisonous weapons, not harming a soldier that has been injured or dismounted, defeated, actually is a part of Mahabharata, Indian culture. It's enshrined in the Code of Manu, in even Kautilya, so-called realist. And word by word, I have this New York Times article. You read my New York Times article? It's mentioned, the Code of Manu, the just war principle. They don't understand. The fact that Islam, the Ibn Sina, Abishana, that Westerners call him, Ibn Rushd, Averroes, they revived and enhanced Aristotelian philosophy, Greek philosophy, and gave it a totally new contemporary flavor, and adding a lot of original ideas to it. The European intellectuals in the sort of late medieval period, 13th, 14th century, 12th and 13th century, borrowed them wholesale. And some of the Aristotelian ideas survived only in Arabic translation. So metaphysics of Aristotle first went to Europe. In Arabic interpretation, Arabic translation from classical Greece, the classical text has disappeared. The Arabic translation was retranslated into Latin and French. So the ideas actually went through, and because the Arab philosophers or polymaths, they imbibed, but not just translating, they enhanced. They also dissented from their own clergy and said that the eternity of the world was not created by God, but predated God, by natural forces. Aristotelian, but also used by people like Ibn Rushd to say that God did not create the world in a single act out of nothing. And that was tremendously helpful to philosophers like in Paris, including Thomas Aquinas, who was trying to find a common ground between the Catholic Church, the Pope, who basically rejected all this, and the philosophers in the universities of Paris, Bologna, Oxford, which started at that time. And they were trying to find some rationalist way of explaining universe. That's the basis of science. So that's the contribution of Islamic philosophers. You also have, I'm not talking about science and technology or gunpowder and compass or navigation, which the Chinese and Arabs contributed, or printing, but they're important. Talking about philosophical ideas of world order. So these are the things that students do not know. And when you tell them, they get floored. Really, really, really? And they want to know more. And that's when you can address the ignorance. That's the basis of prejudice. And when civilizations develop this knowledge, they will have mutual respect. You can't say this, you are primitive and I'm superior. You are not. And my book is kind of a little slanted. Some people have pointed this out. Some Europeans said, you didn't say anything good about Europe. Well, I said, do I need to? I mean, we all know what Europeans did, and we are full of those narratives. And, but I think it's about time that somebody also talked up the non-Western societies. And I'm talking about in a general sense. That's the kind of criticism I'm getting. That's the kind of appreciation I'm getting. So I think this idea of global justice comes from creating a level playing field, developing mutual respect, having empathy and knowledge of each other, and then you can develop. But there are some ideas of justice here, right from other civilizations. So there is a section on Manden Charter, Guru Kanfuga from Mali, talks about how to treat slaves, do not ill-treat them, talks about not appropriating property illegally. The chief of the clan cannot take property away unless it is sold or unless it is acquired through inheritance. Similar word by word from Magna Carta. So that's justice. Human rights principles in ancient India, you can call them human rights in the direct sense, for protection of civilians and innocent people from cruel and unjust punishment, which was one of the edicts of King Ashoka, or the just war principles. That's justice. Economic justice, human security, and human development are ideas of economic justice, very prominent in my idea of global IR. So development is not about GDP, but about enhancing capability. That's giving justice. Climate justice, a lot of climate justice can come from learning from the American Indians, for example, how they managed the forests. There is this criticism that they used to do burning of forests, but that's a way of preserving the forest. Because if you don't burn, as the saying goes, controlled burning a forest is always 100 times better than uncontrolled burning. So if you don't selectively burn forests to create space between large amounts of territory, everything will be destroyed. The Native Americans have learned that, as did the Australian Aborigines. And they maintained their forest and ecological system much more in a sustainable way. This idea of sustainable development can be traced to them. That's climate justice in some ways. Small contributions, local contributions to preserve the environment, instead of doing everything from the top with the UN treaty that sort of does everything. So even if the UN treaty fails and Trump withdraws from Paris Agreement, if you have climate justice at the global level, you have to learn from indigenous knowledge. Because in India also, you can find indigenous knowledge. When Caliph Abu Bakr conquered, I think it was, I forget, one of the, I think, Syrian capital, or he told his soldiers, it's in my book, that do not destroy trees. Do whatever you do not destroy trees, especially fruit-bearing trees. That's climate justice. So why can't we use this kind of knowledge? And instead of saying, oh, only the UN can do this, climate treaty can do this. So to me, I actually went to the Paris Forum a couple of years ago to talk about climate justice using this book. And I gave these examples. So you got a lot of things you can do about justice, human rights. humanitarian intervention, just war, from this global approach to IR. All right, and Woodrow Wilson, a racist, well, the Princeton University changed the name of the Woodrow Wilson School of Public and International Affairs because it was so evident. There was no question of finding any proof, because the proof was already there. But a couple of things that you can think about Woodrow Wilson. First of all, he rejected the racial equality principle at the Versailles Conference in 1999 after World War I. People say he did it to mollify, get an agreement, the Australians and the South Africans. But those are very racist governments at that time. So he was condoning racism, placating his pro-Western allies. But that's a form of racism too. But he also revived segregation in the civil service, and he also, people say that people have worked with him. He's both British officials who worked with his staff, they think he had very racist views and principles. So we have multiple examples of Wilson's racism. And now it is so clear that the Woodrow Wilson School of Public and International Affairs had to change its name. I don't think it's just for political correctness. That Trump might want to revive it, but I don't think he can. I mean, he can threaten them, but I think that it's a done deal. All right, that's the other answers I have. Right.
Hello, sir. Thank you for giving me a time. I am Abid Haider, and a postgraduate student in the department. Sir, as you mentioned in your 6 dimensions of global IR, first point is your pluralistic universalism, and last point is your recognition of many non-actors, political actors. Sir, so my question is basically from the area of West Asia, which is a very oldest civilizational area in the world, and many areas, and it is included in the cradle of civilizations also. And we are saying right now that this area is highly in the conflict. So my question here is, how can we see the global IR meaningfully include the groups that is non-hegemonic or groups which are claiming their history of occupation and resistance history, like Hezbollah, Houthis, and many other groups which are operating in that area. So how this global IR theory recognize that political actors in the theorization process, or as well as a morally responsibility of the scholars in this particular area in the context of global South?
You're talking about bad political actors. I mean, like, what was the term you used for, like Hezbollah, non-state actors? Or
anti-hegemonic, which are claiming by their scholars, which are particularly from that particular areas.
Non-hegemonic actors.
Anti-hegemonic actors, anti-hegemonic actors. Which was highly, the University of Tehran professor used this word latestly in the foreign policy magazine.
Okay, yeah, let's take another question.
Sir, how global IR and post-colonialism are trying to challenge the capitalist world order, and if we see Euro-centrism is not a problem of IR discipline, but it is a problem of practitioners, then how global IR as a practitioners are trying to break that barrier of Eurocentrism.
Okay, and any other questions? That's it.
Sir, my question is just a query, because yesterday Professor Rajan from JNU, he identified yourself as a constructivist. So as I see by your delivering your lecture, I don't think you are just a constructivist. Are you a constructivist, or we define yourself as a constructivist, or because you borrow all the theories and you critically accept all the theories? So you are a constructivist or not? or you are mixed of all the theories?
Okay.
Why do you always put off the mic?
Yeah.
Shall I? Sir, a very good afternoon. My name is Rifa. So my question is on the gendered aspect of IR. Sir, referring to the pluralistic universalism in global IR as quoted by you. Sir, with a minuscule representation of 25% as global ambassadors, which women are holding right now, and so with the mere representation in decision-making positions such as diplomacy, IR academia. So do you still think that global IR is actually representing women, which leads to the real meaning of embracing diversity and intersectionality? So what's your stand on it? Kindly edify.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir.
Right. Okay, that's it. We can take. We have another session, or this is the last session?
Another session after lunch.
Yeah. So we can take some questions after lunch. How are we doing in time?
Just one.
Okay.
Yeah, I have just small queries. You know, besides the Anglo-American hegemony over the discipline and the ISA, what we discussed in the morning session, I think one of the problem of of a global IR is the problem of gatekeeping. When I talk about gatekeeping, I mean, unless and until you are published in a Western or American journal, you are not considered as a scholar. Your example and Professor Muhammad Ayub's example is the best one. You are working in an American university, you are collaborating with the American academics. Professor Muhammad Ayub, who was, advocated on subaltern realism, he's also accepted as a global scholar because he's also, teaching in Michigan University or Princeton University, I don't know. But anyway, the problem is of gatekeeping. Had you been in India, what would have been your future in terms of, global IR? This is one question. Second, what is the future of IR? Are the Americans and the Europeans, they are going to learn about Indian perception of IR or Chinese perception of IR in the same way as we are teaching our students about, Western theories, Western concepts. So are you really optimistic about the Europeans and Americans learning about Indian perceptions, Chinese perceptions, or even African perceptions when there is a problem of gatekeeping? Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So may I?
Just a moment. Yeah. I have to write it down. So. Yeah. More question?
Yes. So, IR is a social science discipline, right? As in the morning also, one of my colleague highlighted that someone said that, it's an American social science. My question is that in 1996, Immanuel Wallerstein came up with restructuring of the social sciences, something called Gulbenkian Commission report, right?
I'm not familiar with that.
Yeah, Gulbenkian Commission report, which says that open the social science, right? And much of the disciplinary overhauling that, lastly, for one decade, what we are actually witnessing in the social sciences is that, much of, say, indigeneity and other kind of, questions are popping up into, mainly localized kind of knowledge, like Indian knowledge system, so on and so forth, is happening, right? So, what my, taking cue from the other kind of, questions just previously, is in 2007, you said non-Western IR theory. Then you changed it to global IR, right? if we see similar kind of things, what is happening in, say, discipline of political theory, right? Do we also attach certain kind of prefix with political theory? Because what Indians are doing political theory is not accepted into the Western domain. So do we need to attach this prefix called global political theory, global political thought, or say, various other disciplines also need to be questioned, because mainly all the social sciences which is emerging, modern social sciences is basically emerging from Europe or West, right? So do we need to overhaul those disciplines as well, like international relations? Yeah.
All right, that's it. I can't take any more questions at this point. You can hold your questions to the last session. Let me just try, because I want to do justice to the people who asked the questions so far. Global IR, West Asia, okay? How about anti-hegemony? Anti-hegemony is not a new term, by the way. I mean, the people have talked about post-hegemony, anti-hegemony, and in West Asia, political actors challenging the global hegemony of certain ideas, certain powers, is actually, I think, generally conducive, but depends on what means they use. Okay, so I am a scholar, and I want to do this at the epistemic level. I'm not an activist, so I cannot be an activist. I'm not a policy analyst. I am not a. I've never worked for any government, so this. I think my contribution to global justice and creating a what I call a post-hegemonic world is through this. My comparative advantage is ideas, theories, and also my audience are the students. I couldn't care less if leaders don't pay attention to what I say. I care very much if I fail to get my students an alternative view of world order. I also don't do too much think tanks. I like think tanks. Some of them at least, but I'm not a member of any think tank. So in my limited role and comparative advantage as an academic, I can give them an alternative view of international relations and alternative view of world order, which is what I have done in my recent work. Now, if the students are persuaded or at least are confronted with an alternative view of the world, that's the idea. So I don't know, in West Asia, this book, my previous book with Barry Buzan, what is called The Making of Global International Relations, has been translated into Arabic and been sold for $1 throughout the 40,000 copies. Some foundation in Qatar sponsored it. So I am very happy. To me, that is far more important than if I wrote an article for Foreign Affairs or I have written articles for Foreign Affairs, just a recent article on foreign policy. But to me, having 40,000 students get access to in very limited, I don't know, these days you don't even need to buy a book, because apparently people can get books through the dark internet. But this is legitimately available books. Turkey, Indonesia, I'm very happy with that. And let's hope that the new generation going through a different type of knowledge will overcome both the hegemonic knowledge from the West, but also some of the totally rejectionist view of the world, which doesn't leave, as I said, universalism means you can actually have space. I have also argued that the class of civilization is a historical fallacy. Most of the evidence in history that civilizations learn from each other more than they fight, and most of the time they learn peacefully. So those sort of alternative ideas, and maybe not totally alternative, but not so familiar, visible, will actually have an impact on the generation of scholars, and maybe filter into activists. But look, many activists will dismiss me too. I mean, but I can't deal with that. I don't have to. Feminism and global IR, actually that's a very good question. One of the other kind of literature that influenced me, apart from post-colonialism, is actually intersectionality and feminism. I was very lucky to be at a university in Canada professor for 11 years, where I taught courses on Introduction to International Relations with a very leading feminist scholar in Canada and in the world, Sandy Whitworth. And she taught me a lot about appreciation of feminism. And then later on, my colleague Randy Prasad at American University, who actually was a graduate of York, taught me about intersectionality. So I am extremely sympathetic and aware of the idea, the underlying message that women and other groups that have been marginalized are not only victims, but they are also actors. And taking them into account in the making of a theory or order, world order, is absolutely important. I also wrote an article, the Foreign Affairs, you can think of as a very mainstream journal, but they did ask me to write an article, look at how ending discrimination again on the basis of race, caste, religious identity, and gender could actually make a country more powerful. And it's very relevant to what Trump is trying to do. So I think your point is well taken. And gatekeeping, well, gatekeeping comes in many forms. And I think some of the gatekeeping happens within countries. One of the reasons I didn't stay in India, one of the reasons, there are many other reasons. I wanted to go to Australia, play cricket and all that. But it's because I thought I could not have an independent trajectory here. The barriers to entry to that level was too much, because there is also a hierarchy within India of universities and professors. But certainly a lot of gatekeeping happens in the West on the basis of language, publishing in journals, as you say. But you know, you have to admire Indonesia and China. They don't give too much emphasis on foreign degrees. I have had many Chinese colleagues who may have got the initial degree from abroad, but they have actually got published in Chinese journals. The vast majority of IR out publications happens in Chinese, not in English. And the Chinese school of IR, including Tsinghua school, there's a book by Qin Qin was first published in Chinese and then translated into English. I have a book that was first published in Chinese and then translated into English. And there is no reason why you can't get a job in China if you have graduated from a Chinese university. They have gone past that ethnocentric kind of only the West is good. Indonesia, for different reasons, but because they don't have the Chinese have resources to send their students abroad, but the Indonesians accept students who are trained in Indonesia, and I think India should do that. I mean, I don't know a lot about Indian IR, but I think it's possible for students to graduate from a university and get it, but not from one or two universities, right? Like GIAN gets a privilege of Delhi University. From here, from Allahabad, I think you should be able to accept people who are good scholars and writing good things. One of the things that has helped me a lot in life is to go for scholars, not for universities. So I want to work with a particular scholar. So I could go to Western Australia to study with a professor whose work I admired, rather than go to University of Toronto, Queensland, or Oxford, but I was also able to go, because I thought the individual compatibility with the professor idea is more important than which institution I go to. I've seen scholars that go to big name universities and become total failures, or after PhD they disappear. So I think gatekeeping has to do with also global South countries giving more access to their own scholars, homegrown scholars. One of the best scholars in IR in India. Again, JNU is not a good example, but he had never been trained overseas. Siddharth Malavarapu, he is Shiv Nada, and I really admire his work. And he's a Kanti student, but he's just independent. I mean, I admire those people. There are people in Jadavpur University, but I think I've seen people in where I did my undergraduate at Avanza. They're fantastic teachers, Fantastic. So you should also recognize teaching and not just publication. India should create a system of teaching excellence awards. I don't know whether they have it or not, where you recognize people for teaching, because some of the best people that inspired me to academia have not written a single article. They were my teachers in Ravensa, or now the university. So inspiring, and they haven't published anything. But I recognize them. But now, yeah, as you said, everything is based on publication, and that's wrong, right? And I think in countries like this, India or Indonesia, you should. In the West, we do get recognition for teaching, by the way. In my university, teaching actually counts more than research. I mean, especially to get promoted to beyond the associate professor level, because we are 95% dependent on student tuition. So teaching counts in a lot of universities for tenure and promotion after the first hire. And American University is the number one, top 10 in the world now in undergraduate and masters, and 19th and PhD. Is a good example of people don't give much, two hoots about which university you come from. Harvard, Oxford, doesn't matter. You can come from, actually there is a JNU graduate who has been hired as an assistant, not tenure track, but he happens to be an American, married to an Indian, but nobody cares about this. As long as you have a good teaching trajectory and good experience, we also allow professors of practice who have experience rather than publications. So if you do that in a variety of ways, you can overcome. But I agree with you that the barriers are to global IR. There is a slide on my PowerPoint. I was talking about what are the barriers to global IR, and this is one barrier. Language barrier is important, and the fact that global Western scholars don't acknowledge, footnote, global South scholars. The post-colonial scholars have said everything that John Mearsheimer has to say about global, the liberal order. The criticism. I wrote a book about the the end of American World Order 2014. There's no acknowledgement, even to me, even though I gave him a copy of my book, because they don't care. I mean, they want to be totally creative. So that's another form of gatekeeping. So you should always self-consciously acknowledge wherever you can find literature and ideas from global South scholars. And moving on to the last, non-Western IR theory. Well, the global is a good kind of a trendy prefix to a lot of things now. Actually, when I thought about global IR from non-Western IR, the main reason was unnecessary false distraction. People say there's no West and non-West. We say that from day one, from introduction. These are terms of convenience, but people think it's a cheap shot. It's like, you can, the low-hanging fruit. The first thing you would say, non-Western IR theory. There's no West versus non-West. Even if you have said that, that's not what I mean hundreds of times. Okay, so I didn't want to get the whole sense of this conversation to be distracted. But even now, some people say, oh, it's essentialist. But they don't really want to read, and they want to have their own say by saying West versus non-West is something where global IR does. It says very clearly that the purpose of global IR to transcend West versus the rest. The last paragraph of this book says that we want to get rid of the West versus the rest also. Both are artificial construct. The West has not been West without rest. The rest won't be. They're mutually constituted. The whole idea is very modern, very artificial, and very divisive. It sort of detracts from the main issue, which is the circulation and mutual shared creation of world order. So that's why we changed in 2014. I got tired of this, but we can't escape it, because that's what academics do. They like to repeat the same criticism despite knowing the better. But political theory has global political theory. Global history, of course, is there. Global philosophy, global area studies. Oxford has started a program on global and area studies. I actually helped to launch it a few years ago and taught there. And global and area studies, OSCA, Oxford School of Global and Area Studies. So sometimes, not always, it's good to be part of a trend or create a trend. And now this is about selling. And part of this is about advertising and selling. You can have the best ideas, but if you cannot get it across to a wide audience, then you're not doing it right. So I was the president of ISA, first one from Global South. I wanted to be also a salesperson, okay, not just an academic. And I thought global will look better than non-Western. I don't want to go back to the same debates all over again. And I'm not only starting, taking part of a broader trend in social sciences, but creating a trend in IR. So thank you for your questions.
Thank you, friends. Now we break for lunch and we'll be back here at 2. All right. You just leave it there.
Yeah.
Take them around, have a look at, although the city is very small, and we can just.
That's okay, small is no problem. Yeah.
And they can have a look around. So, okay, fine.
And usually it'll be good to go a bit earlier because I know people in India ate at 9. So yesterday we ate at 11. So maybe, I mean, it's just that you don't have to go if you're doing so many other things. If anybody else wants to take us? Yeah. And tomorrow we can have a better sit-down meal in the guest house. Yeah.
So you can start at around 7 in the evening.
Yeah, that would be good. Yeah.
We'll arrange it. Fine. So,
all right.
Start.
So basically, I don't have much more to show, but I'd like to take some questions. But I'll show a couple of slides.
Show us a few slides so that
Okay.
give some space for students to ask questions.
I have a lot of slides, but
it's good not to
overwhelm them. Because a lot of the slides are also from the readings they have done. So obviously they have done the readings. Yeah. Good start. So I will go there?
Wherever you like.
Okay. No, I think I prefer there.
Start with a few slides.
Okay. Okay. So can you hear me now? But we need to have the PowerPoint on. Yeah. Just. It was on, no? I think this is the one I want to talk about. Okay, so the last part I want to talk a little bit about debates and controversies about global IR and also the contributions. I already mentioned this. Actually, I mentioned several of these points I'm going to make again, but I will go through them briefly. So in terms of the controversy debate, of course, like any new idea, new theory, new approach, you expect disagreements and debates. So there are sort of three main areas of criticism of global IR or debate. But I think underlying all that is the fact that it's relatively new. This idea is relatively new, and a lot of the criticism is about, especially the very first one, does it reproduce or redefine the discipline? It's about, I don't know, I have to be careful in how to put this because many of the critics are also my very good friends. And as a former president of ISA, I've worked with them. I respect all of them. And personally, I'm very good friends with them as well. So I don't want to say anything that's unduly harsh. But I think it has to do with the fact that, turf, T-U-R-F, turf battle. So global IR may take the shine away from post-colonialism or post-colonialism, like decolonialism takes the shine away from post-colonialism. Everybody wants to have their own niche. Everybody wants to have their own territory. They don't want intruders, or if there is something new, they want to say, no, this is different. So I'm fascinated by this, but I'm not surprised as an academic myself. Many of these disagreements I don't see as substantial. They all have the same purpose of redefining and broadening IR, but some of them are basically also repeating the same thing, West versus the rest, or West, non-West, the global IR, despite many, hundreds of times we are saying, no, that's not the intention, these are terms that are of convenience. There's no West, there's no non-West, it's not a binary that post-colonial scholars dislike very much. I don't mind binaries. I mean, I think sometimes you have to have juxtapositions to make some sense. But I think a lot of the, whether, pluralistic universalism is too narrow about than pluriversalism. There's a new term. Now, well, I tell them that pluralistic universalism is just those words that are patched together. Pluralistic universalism is pluriversalism. I don't see any difference between what you are saying and I'm saying, and I respect what you are saying. But the same thing, you said you have something saying profoundly different, and that as if pluriversalism talks about multiple universalisms. I think I'm very happy with multiple universalism. In fact, the beginning premise of global IR in the book that every civilization considers itself as universal. Indians think they have universal. Their civilization is universal. Muslims think their civilization is universal. The Chinese think their civilization is universal. The very idea of a global civilization, but the very idea of civilization is that when a significant chunk of people think of themselves as universal, that their ideas are applicable to all. The only exception were the Mongols. The Mongols never really tried to preach their religion to anybody, and they did not teach their language. They didn't take any, well, they were kind of initially Buddhist before they became Muslims, but they also had their Tengri religion. So no converts, they never imposed their religion or culture or language on anybody. But they never thought ours is the best system. They just were a very practical civilization, wanted to make a lot of money, wealth, get out of their relative isolation, and at some point they became power hungry, but never really thought theirs is the universal civilization. But every other civilization thought of themselves as the best and the most universal. That goes with civilization. That's why we have this class of egoisms among civilizations. But pluriversal universalism or pluralistic universalism and pluriversalism basically rejects universalism, because I use the term universalism. But pluriversalism is a form of ism too, and there is no difference. That global IR doesn't really talk about multiple, singular universalism. There's one universalism. No, in fact, several. That's because every civilization considers itself as universal. But I'm never going to be able to convince them. And I don't want to fight with them too much, because many of them are my very good friends. And when they launch the new journal, there's a new journal. You should be very aware of this, and you may be good to publicize it. There is a new journal called Pluriversal International Relations. It's going to be published by Bristol University Press. And the editor is a Taiwanese scholar who now in Japan. And he just invited me to join their editorial board. And I was very happy to do that. Because I don't want to be seen as a global IR and being different from this proves my point, that there's a lot of common ground, and we are actually in the same cause. There is also this idea of a non-Western and post-Western. Well, I can see non-Western is negative and non-Western, okay, defined in opposition to the West. And that's the term I wanted to get away from, so that's a global. Post-Western, to say that the post-Western is more radical, I don't buy that. Because first, unless you're talking about, again, similar to what I'm talking about, post-colonialism and global IR, the global IR does not reject existing theories. So if post-Western theory thinks everything must start new, I don't buy that. The last thing you want to do is to create another kind of a anti-Western. The Western civilization is all trust, and it's not. But it is ethnocentric. Overall, the idea of the West has been very oppressive for the rest. So the idea is to get rid of the West versus the rest, rather than just say everything that the West did was bad, everything the rest did is good. Although my book, I say that my book is somehow slanted in that direction because we know enough about the goodness of the West and the achievements, not enough about the achievements of the rest. But I want to get rid of this by creating mutual respect between the West and the rest, by saying that the rest is capable of also contributing to world order. World order is nobody's monopoly, and that's something I'll talk about later. But in global IR, this comes up because it came out of the non-Western IR theory, and doesn't reject existing theories. So people come up with ideas that we need to have something more pluriversal, post-Western, rather than global. Okay. I think this is all very good. I welcome it. It helps to advance the cause, which is more important than the person. But it is ultimately boils down to academics trying to define their own turf and create something new that's different from what has been out there previously. And as I said, I am very respectful of them. Pinar Bilgin from Turkey was my program assistant for ISF presidency. Many of them have a lot of respect for them, and let them have their say, and it's good for the discipline. But I don't think global IR just reproduces the discipline. It broadens the discipline, not reproduce it. Reproducing is basically doing exactly the same thing. We add so much into global IR in a very fundamental way. And some of these ideas that global IR draws from other civilizations are profoundly subversive of existing concepts. For example, when I say that, you know about traditional IR, realism, liberalism, they talk about Westphalianism. Westphalia at the beginning of IR. They talk about Magna Carta at the beginning of human rights. Global IR says no. So diplomacy, the system of independent states, okay, that's what we're talking about. The states, the international relations should be organized around independent states. It's not a Westphalian idea. It's a Sumerian idea. Sumerian republics, Sumerian city-states. It's not in the Greek idea either. Sumerians preceded the Greek city-states by 2,000 years. The idea of a great power concert, this is my article in the New York Times that you have, part of it. Well, it's not the concert of Europe. It started with Amarna, 15th century BC, before Christ, BC, with the power of Egypt, Mitanni, Assyria, Babylon, the Kasamite kingdom, Babylon, and the Hittites, created a great power system which has maintained peace for at least 200 years in the region, through diplomacy, through communication, treaties. And these are not fancies of imagination. They're documented. You will find there were cuneiform tablets with the correspondence written on them, still available now to read and translate, written in Akkadian, but they've been translated into English. It talks about how great powers maintain peaceful relationships. So it's not the concept of Europe. Neither Westphalia, the system of independent states, nor the concert, great power cooperation, are uniquely Western. Now, why isn't that subversive? Why isn't that something new? So we are keeping realism is okay because countries behave according to national interest. There is realpolitik always. Liberalism talk about cooperation, institutions, although they're very ethnocentric in some ways. But it's ethnocentric means they think all these things came from Europe and philosophers Locke and Kant and others. But these are not unique to liberalism in the West. So by telling them that you have to go back and look at other forms of cooperation is also very subversive. It challenges their very identity. So to say that it reproduces the discipline is completely, totally wrong. But that's one criticism. Okay, I want you to put on the table. I think it redefines the discipline, It brings a lot of new ideas. It creates a whole new research agenda. You can write, I have a different lecture I could talk about how it can help with teaching. You can use this for courses. You can do your research. You can extend, and without becoming anything like post-colonial or realist or liberal. You can start in fact, I am thinking that it'll be great to look at the modern diplomacy of 15th century BC to see how great powers of the day maintain the cooperation, because the documents are available now. And nobody in the West has done it except a handful of historians and a handful of international relations scholars. There's a big field here for young scholars to look at these ancient documents. Free trade in the Indian Ocean, I can talk about it next lectures. Also, origins of open seas, the openness of seas, that the seas are common to all humankind, doesn't belong to any empire, is actually very much an Indian Ocean practice, from Africa to Middle East, Arabian Peninsula to India to the Malabar and Coromandel coast to all the way to Malacca. This idea was invented here. No empire extended its jurisdiction, including the Mughals, did not extend their jurisdiction to the sea. The jurisdiction of the Mughal emperor ended on land. When the Sultan of Maldives complained to the Subedar, Mughal Subedar of Odisha at that time, that the Portuguese are harassing them for paying taxes, so Subedar consulted the Mughal emperor and said, sorry, our emperor's writ extends only to land. We don't control the seas. No empire controlled the seas, because seas was common to all. The Sultan of Makassar said to the Dutch that God created land and the sea. The land he gave to men, the sea he left in common. We have never heard that anybody could interfere with the trade in the seas. There you go. Global IR is subversive of the realist and the liberal narratives about where these ideas come from. It's profoundly new, and it's redefined the discipline. It's not reproducing it. Just because it doesn't say we want to get rid of realism and liberalism or constructivism terms. Now, somebody asked me whether I was a constructivist. I am, in fact. I actually did a lot of my initial work in constructivism. I actually still do a lot of work on norms, security, communities, and identity. I don't see theories as being either or. So global IR, because it is overarching, it subsumes other theories, you can actually be a realist and do global IR. You can do liberal, be a liberal and do global IR, and I am a constructivist who does global IR. And I found some versions of constructivism as too Western-centric, because they talk about good norms coming mostly from the West, but I challenge that with localization and subsidiarity theories. But that doesn't mean I stop being a constructivist. All right, so that's the idea. My claim here, you can read about this in some of the literature, and you can make up your own mind. But it is good to have this kind of debate. But it's also good to be aware that sometimes academics love to battle with each other. And I think generally that's how knowledge advances. The Indians have fierce debates, like argumentative Indian Amartya Sen. The Muslims, Arab philosophers, have fierce debates between, say, Abu Ghazali and Abu Sina and Ibn Rushd, because they did not agree on the creation of the universe. So did the liberals have debates. In fact, the liberals had more of a consensus than debate. So why shouldn't we have debate in global IR? Okay, will it lead to fragmentation of the discipline? I already answered that question about a Chinese IR, African IR, Indian IR, this kind of national IRs emerging. So I think that is a genuine concern, but it's also necessary because, again, scholars and students in a particular area or country may feel marginalized by Western dominance. They want to have their voice. So it's like creating a regional organization to advance your voice at the global stage, because you are not getting recognition. So why Chinese IR is emerging? Because Chinese IR scholars felt marginalized by Western, and they can't speak the language very well. They have a lot of rich literature in Chinese language doesn't get recognized by the Westerners, and they get disparaged, so they said, we will have Chinese School of IR. Now, it's very natural, but it can only work if it tries to also to avoid exceptionalism, that this is the only truth, and also these national schools can travel and apply to other regions of the world. A good example is actually English school. English school is not about England. It's actually a theory that can apply to the whole world. And that's what Barry Buzan does. I am not an English school scholar, but I work with him because I find it has a lot of resonance with global IR. So it's not about explaining what happens in England or Europe, although it might have begun like that. The response to the European decline and to recognize Europe's role in creating modern world order. It was very ethnocentric in the beginning, but later on became very open with Barry Buzan and Richard Little, who was my colleague in Bristol. So I think just like English school is not about England or Europe, Chinese school should not be about China or Eastern Asia. It should have global applicability. If we do that, I have no problems with fragmentation. I have no problems with the emergence of national schools. I don't see it as fragmentation. I see it as pluralization. I use the term, you have plurality, you have a broadening, and that's healthy. But again, with the caveat that don't become too narrow and only try to explain things, and don't explain things for policymakers. A lot of these national schools sometimes can become apologies for national governments by creating culturalism or cultural pride. So, every time I talk about Kautilya, I get really scared and hesitant because I think it might be picked up, and this is, modern India is following Kautilya, and this is our nationalist pride. Kautilya, actually, a lot of it is misunderstanding of Kautilya. So, for the other reason, when you talk about ancient India's greatness, I also worry about it because it can become the basis of nationalism and ethnocentrism. But it's also a genuine way of building knowledge, but it runs the risk of being used against the minorities and also your other states. So I'm very much aware of civilization states using culture, history to advance narrow regime agendas. But that is not the excuse, and I hope academics can rise above that. That is not the excuse to avoid all engagement with history and culture. So fragmentation of the discipline because of national schools is a real problem, but you can call it pluralization. It increases diversity. If global South scholars don't look at their own history, where are they going to get a lot of the ideas from? Now, it has been always possible for Western IR scholars to look at Greco-Roman history, European history, to develop theories. Why can't global South scholars do the same? So there's a bit of an epistemic double standards here. It's okay for, say, American philosophers or American IR scholars or British IR scholars to look at Greece and Rome and Athens and or where they fail to expand those insights to other areas of the world. But if they do that, that's quite okay. And it's possible to do that. I've seen some writings from China that not only explains about Chinese IR, like moral realism, concept from Yan Xuetang. He said this can actually apply to the whole world. And actually, I think it does. It applies to contemporary United States. Well, a realist foreign policy has lost morality. You can be a realist and moral. But the United States at the moment, personal qualities of leaders, which is very much part of the moral realist agenda, is falling apart. So I think it applies to not only, actually more to the United States, to the Chinese at the moment. So that's why I want to not worry too much about fragmentation of the discipline. Call it pluralization. Having these voices, national schools is okay as long as they are broadly applicable, they can travel, and they don't fall victim, they're not abused by governments to serve their political purpose. And finally, the practicality of global IR, which is a very tough question. We do have resource constraints, facilities, libraries, and access to journals, both to read and to publish, and the language barriers, because the working language of IR is English. That's not true, by the way, in Latin America. A lot of great work in Latin America gets published in Spanish, a little bit in Portuguese in Brazil. Again, a lot of work in China is published in Chinese, Indonesian. But Western scholars don't pay attention to that because they can't read it. So that's a barrier. And global IR cannot be global without the linguistic sort of emancipation or more translation, more communication among different parts of the world. Okay, then there is still the hegemonic position of IR. We talked about this, that the gatekeeping, Western journals, Western magazines, not all of them, by the way. To be very fair, the journals of the International Studies Association have become very broad. They have now, I think most of them have abstracts in multiple languages, and they also encourage submissions from non-Western scholars. Even some Western journals, other Western journals have become like that, but there are several journals who are very gatekeepers, and they just don't, they find all kinds of excuses. Quality issues, not having theory, but theory being most Western. They're very non-adventurous. So getting published there is difficult. But there are increasing number of journals that are opening up the field. And when I was president of ISA, one of the things I sort of pushed for is to have editorial board of most ISA journals to have committee members from non-Western, advisory committee members from non-Western countries. So we had a selection of 15, 20 scholars. We got them into editorial boards. That's not everything, but it's something. And I see the trend in a positive direction, but long way to go. But you have more outlets. And you know, the other thing is, in the age of social media and the internet, sometimes you find blogs are read more widely than journals under a paywall. Okay, so it's actually very, very liberating. I have deliberately published some stuff in the blogs which has open access because I think more people will read it. And you should not be totally afraid to, I know the university still will not give you credit, but I think there's no harm in having your voice heard through blogs. There is a great outlet called EIR, International Relations. In fact, when I published my book, one of the first articles I wrote after New York Times was in EIR, International Relations, open access. It encourages students, young scholars to submit, and they don't do gatekeeping. They edit, help you edit, and you get published and you get a lot of downloads. So try that too. Not sure there are such things in India, but there may be. But there are good open access blogs that you should try to. But it's very hard still to cancel out, counter the Western hegemony. It will probably take another generation. But I think what I've seen in my last 11 years or so, although I have done this for 20 years now, I think the situation has improved in most parts of the world except the United States, where it may have gone backwards. Because some of the universities are fiercely gatekeepers, even though they don't have really faculty that can beat the faculty of other parts of the world or other universities. But they, because of the traditional reputation, they have become like that, gatekeepers. All right, but I still think global IR has a future with its like-minded theories and approaches, whatever you call it, including post-colonial, decolonial, and the others. But these are some of the examples. Actually, there are several others that have come up, books, but there are also dozens and dozens of articles coming out every month, every year, and it's a field that is, I think, growing. Now, one thing you should keep in mind, that it doesn't matter whether you use the term global IR, okay? That was not the intention. The intention was to give a space, voice, to create consciousness that the field is narrow and needs to be expanded. Now, if you write an article and don't give me credit, I have no problems with this. Don't use the word global IR. although it's nice to have a bunch of references for publication, but whatever you call it, that's not the issue. So the idea of this school that you are doing, the GIAN program, is you have global IR, but even if you call it something else, and you invite me, I will still come. I did not come because of global IR. I think the sole idea is to expand the field. And global IR gives you an entry to it, as Beverly Locher, Catherine Owen pointed out. It's a discursive tool to critique the reproduction of Western-centric knowledge. But I also think it empowers voices from the global South that would normally not be heard. And that's why it gets a lot of attention in there. So I will stop here and I will take your questions. In the next whatever time we have. So again, please, Dr. Begg is not here. Is there anybody going to moderate it, or I'll be happy to do this myself. Again, speak slowly, speak loud, use the microphone. Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir.
Where?
Here.
Okay.
Sir, my question to you is how your concept of global IR will respond to the establishment of global peace.
Yeah.
Because, you know, there is a concept of clash of civilization given by S.P. Huntington, and your concept global IR is also taking into account the civilizations. So, you know, how it will help or contribute to the establishment of peace,
yes.
You know, preventing wars at the global level. It can be at the regional level and amongst the civilizations as well.
Excellent. And I also want to commend you. This is the ideal model question, okay? And I'm telling this to my son also. When you ask a question in the class, this is the way that you express your voice. It's not just, I'm not talking about language or accent or anything, just talking about slow, steady, clear question. And thank you very much, and I would love to answer that. Let's have some more questions. Sure, just get, yeah.
Why don't you give the mic? Yeah, he's also asking.
Everybody will get a chance. We have some time, so don't worry about it. Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir.
Over there, okay.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, my question is, how does the rise of artificial intelligence,
Right of?
artificial intelligence,
AI, okay.
and the virtual world reshape global international relation in 21st century?
Right, okay. Yeah. Okay, sure. You should remind them to introduce themselves, yeah.
Please introduce yourself and then ask a question.
First you introduce yourself, then you ask question.
Yeah, tell your name and affiliation. That'll be great. I would like to know where you're from, yeah.
Sir, my name is Ahmed. And sir, my question is, sir, do you think the development of national IR narratives is a threat to the global IR narrative as a whole? Because every national narrative tries to project itself as superior. And then if this is the case, so could the evolution of global IR narrative, is it possible or is it a threat to the whole case?
Thank you very much for that very clear and straight question, yes. Anybody else? We have 3 now on the table. Over here, yeah. I think I can have another Coke while we becoming like Donald Trump, except that he drinks normal Coke. Yeah.
Sir, Nishant from Ajmer. Sir, while answering the AI question, can you also add Curtis Yarvin, Peter Thiel, the Palantir group, which are sort of infiltrating the American democracy and pushing for automation?
What group?
Palantir. Palantir, Curtis Yarvin, Peter Thiel, who have been the major lobbyists for the Trump administration involving Elon Musk. So these are the people who are non-state actors who want the state system to wither away.
Okay.
They want the global corporations to sort of dominate the the global affairs because they feel state actors are incompetent.
Okay. Okay, that's a good question. So another AI related question, yeah, or technology related question, yeah. So there are 4.
So how pluriversalism is dealing with the homogenization of globalization, because globalization is somewhere down the line is creating homogenization and
Homogenization.
yes, sir.
Sorry, what is creating? I missed the first.
How pluriversalism is tackling globalization.
Okay, got it. Okay, so there are 4 questions. I'd like to get questions from those who have not spoken. So feel free. I mean, this is your chance, and I'm very happy to take questions from people who, I don't know why, you don't feel shy. If you want, you can write down your questions and pass it to me. I do that routinely to my students as well. So
anybody can ask from that gallery also.
yeah, from the gallery, just feel free. I mean, those who have not had their say, have your say. It's a bit far away, but I'm sure you can. You have a microphone over the gallery. We can pass you a microphone. They're also participants, right?
No,
oh, okay. So that's
they also they have paid more, and that's why they're sitting in the balcony. Okay, you just
So there are 5 questions I can answer before you think of the next round. So global IR, global peace. So there are many ways global IR can contribute to global peace. First of all, there are ways of creating peace that contemporary IR doesn't capture. Okay, so because a lot of our imagination about peace, like the Kantian idea of perpetual peace, the idea of peace through strength, the idea of even peace through communication. If not the idea, but the examples that we give are mainly drawn from the Western civilization, right? So either it's European Kantian ideas, or whether it's the Lockean liberal peace idea from John Locke and John Stuart Mill, or whether it is the idea of the Hegelian idea of end of history. Many of the ideas, examples, are drawn from Western experience, Western history. But there are also not only similar ideas, but also different ideas and different ways of maintaining peace that are come from other civilizations. So I would like to think that the possibility of global peace will look better if you think the peace is not the monopoly of Western civilization. It can actually derive approaches to peace from other civilizations. Now, when you talk about, there is no such thing as a peaceful civilization, okay? There's no such thing. I make it very clear in this book that every civilization has attraction and ugliness. Every civilization has committed genocide. And I started with this book with King Ashoka. I grew up in a place that's 7 kilometers of the peace pagoda of Dhauli, where allegedly, the Kalinga war was fought there, although there is some controversy about it. Ashoka, king of Magadha, went to Kalinga, which was independent at that time, defeated the state. A war took 100,000 dead, 150,000 taken slaves, and then he became a Buddhist and most peaceful emperor because he renounced war forever, right? But remember, he killed 100,000 people first. He enslaved 150,000 people. He never renounced Kalinga from his empire, right? So as a Kalingan myself, I have mixed feelings about that. But that also, I also have profound respect for King Ashoka because he not only propagated, propagated Buddhism, that's credit, but I care less about that than the fact that he never fought a war again, instructed his children and descendants never to fight a war again. Now, no other emperor that I know of has done that. So this thing I started my book with is very inspirational, but it also shows you that he was not a some of this peacefulness of Ashoka might have been exaggerated by Sri Lankan Srihanlis Buddhist chronicles to make Buddhism look good, atonement and transformation. But I have no problem believing, because I have done enough research on Ashoka to know that it's actually real that he became more pacifist, although how long it took how it happened is controversial. So if Western scholars are students, and again, I have a lot of respect for Western leaders and Western analysts, but my target audience is students who are learning history. And that's why when I say I don't care less about what leaders think about it, doesn't mean I don't think that they don't matter. Now, just I'm saying that my main audience is the students. When you tell them that, nobody has heard about King Ashoka. Nobody has heard about the peace studies in the discipline, these approaches to peace. So that expands the base for peace. You will find also the traditions from the Confucian tradition. I mean, I know people are skeptical of Confucianism, but it's a very peaceful tradition. It talks about just government. It gives the people the right to rebel against their government if the government is cruel and unjust and capricious and imposes high taxes and is not benevolent. It talks about, Confucius talks about benevolence, not just peace. But you have similar traditions in Christianity, the just war tradition, peace. So Jewish traditions, swords into plowshares, whatever the state of Israel is doing now is really against the foundations of the Jewish tradition. So you find that in Africa. So if you think that peace has a universal broad basis, you are expanding the legitimacy of peace, which is very scarce in today's world, especially in the last 10 years or so. Right. AI and global IR, I must say I haven't thought deeply about it. It's kind of came on to us very suddenly. But I see like social media, like internet, as a two-way, two double-edged sword, so to speak. So it can actually help the cause of global IR. In fact, you can do a little experiment and just search global IR, and it actually sometimes comes up with very good answers, initial answers. So initially I was skeptical, and my son will tell you a lot about it. He's very concerned about global IR, but I think AI. But I think AI can also help you to amalgamate a whole bunch of, because AI is not an independent source. You know, AI draws from, especially when it comes to social sciences, AI draws from existing sources. So you can actually do things with AI on different ideas, concepts, and it comes up with very interesting answers. And I also encourage you to look at both ChatGPT and DeepSeek. They do different things, but DeepSeek doesn't always bring out criticisms of China. I think that's what my son was telling me. But they does a good job of global IR. But in terms of empowering certain elites, like Elon Musk type of elites, I think that's a real concern. And the influence on the current administration, the president, but also especially the vice president, is a real concern. But that is the system that allows you to do so in the United States, because the laws and the rulings of the United States allows private groups to have this kind of influence. And by the way, it can also happen in non-Western societies. but in United States, the system is geared to favor the wealthy or the influential, and including high technology groups. And the United States doesn't have a kind of tradition of mass movements, uprisings against these sort of things. There have been some things about, we had demonstrations against no more dictators or empires, but I don't think it's the same. If these things happen in elsewhere, people might rise up a bit more. The United States is because it's a wealthy country, people are generally don't feel the need to rebel. So far, it's not gone to the stage of Vietnam War type of protest, but it can happen. And I think you have Occupy Wall Street a few years ago. Maybe Occupy Silicon Valley will happen. I'm not advocating it, but it's possible that if not NGOs, but people might think it's to expose this. The media is exposing it, but the media is also polarized. But I think AI can be profoundly empowering of autocratic tendencies. There is something called technological dictatorship and authoritarianism, and that is happening. But I also see AI at the lower level, the non-rich level, general level, helping to spread a lot of ideas that will be otherwise hidden for view, making them easily accessible. So I am not totally against AI in the classroom within certain limits, but I cannot do much about AI and the hold of the tech elite on certain governments, especially maybe in the United States today. Then globalization, national IR is a threat to global IR. I think I answered this question, but it's useful to repeat that. It's not necessarily a threat. It depends on who is doing and how is it being done. So if any national IR scholar or advocate of any national IR thinks of herself, himself as superior, reject it. No, that will be totally unacceptable. Luckily, I haven't seen a lot of scholars who do that. The people who do Chinese School of IR don't say that, to the best of my knowledge. The founder of National Chinese School of IR, Chin was one of the people I invited, Barry and I invited to Singapore in doing our non-Western IR theory conference. And when he wrote his book and edited, he acknowledges that this idea came from outside China. He completely acknowledges it and acknowledges myself and Barry and also later to the global IR paradigm. So I don't see them, they see themselves as having got this idea from outside. That's quite striking. And there are some Chinese scholars who would think this idea of Tianxia, all under heaven, all Chinese. But look, the Chinese are ethnocentric people, right? But so are the Indians. There is much more ethnocentric debate going around in Delhi than in Beijing. I don't have to tell you that because I am kind of detached from it. But I do see in the context of foreign policy world order debates, the Chinese and Indians, if there is a competition between who is more nationalistic and ethnocentric, I think the jury is out. So they're almost equal. There. So I think anybody who tells you that is to be criticized, avoided, and even condemned. But luckily, some of the best IR scholars don't do that, because IR scholars are basically, there is still some respect for autonomy and independence of thought, despite all the temptations of working for governments and influencing government opinion. And globalization and fragmentation, I don't see them as, well, if your question is globalization is leading to fragmentation or globalization can coexisting to globalization. My take on globalization is very simple. Globalization is not an invention of the World Economic Forum, a steam engine, or the European voyages in the 15th century. It started with the Indian Ocean region. That's what I see when the empires of, well, you can say between 5th century to about European arrival in the 16th, late 15th, 16th, we see a series of interlinked empires, the Chinese, the Song dynasty, particularly, and the Tang dynasty. Then you had the Gupta Empire did a lot of globalization connected. Then a lot of the ideas from India migrated to Middle East or to Baghdad, the Caliphate, Abbasid Caliphate, from a place during the Gupta Empire, from the state of Ujjain, which is nearby here. The idea of zero, you know where zero came from, Ujjain to Baghdad, translated. Siddhanta, there is a text in my book that discusses this. And then it got become Arabic numerals and then became Western numerals. So then you had trade, East African trade, linking up with West Indian trade and East Indian trade with Malacca. There was really a very thriving globalization in terms of communication and ideas. It's not the Silk Road, by the way. Silk was not the most traded commodity in the Indian Ocean. It was the spices and cotton. The Chinese falsely claim it to be the maritime Silk Road. There is no maritime Silk Road. I have said that repeatedly. This is a contemporary invention of the Chinese. There was a Eurasian Silk Road, yes, and silk was one of the commodities that traded. But cotton and spices and Buddhist goods, Buddhist relics and worshipping objects were far more important. So I call it the Nirvana Road, not the Silk Road in the Indian Ocean. The Chinese participated, as did the Indians, Southeast Asians, in the Eastern Indian Ocean. In the Western Indian Ocean, it was cotton, it was natural ivory and camphor, but it was thriving. It was very, it connected Africa, and Africa, not just East Africa, because a lot of trade in Africa came trans-Sahara to East Africa, and then got transported to Indian Ocean. The Arabian Aden, Hormuz Peninsula region, which linked Europe as well, and then Asia. So there were 4 continents, and also went all the way to East Asia, to China and Japan. So this was actually a globalization. The Europeans simply added the Latin American, what do we call the Americas. But that doesn't mean the globalization was not there before. So John Hobson calls it Oriental globalization. So if you keep that in mind, then what is happening today is that globalization is not ending, it's taking a new form. For the first time in 5 centuries, the Eastern countries are becoming drivers of globalization. So globalization of the future will be driven more by the East than the West, unlike the last 500 years. It will be probably more driven by countries like China, India, and also some of the states in the Middle East, but not all. Maybe in Africa, South Africa, and Nigeria will be important, but certainly it will be Eastern driven, and it will be less about trade or transaction or manufactured items. It could be also about ideas and technology. And I think many people now believe that globalization, future globalization is going to be more driven by technology than manufactured items. So AI will play an important role. So that is not the end of globalization. It's globalization becoming more driven by technology, more driven by the Eastern countries, and our Asian countries. Asia is rising faster than other regions of the world. And it will also lead to probably, I think this is a controversial thing, less imperialism. That the Western globalization started with imperialism, right? Portuguese, the Dutch, the Spanish, the English. Okay, so it was basically synonymous with imperialism. Now, there are criticisms of China Belt and Road being a neo-imperial project. It's nothing of the scale. Nothing, there's no territorial control per se. I mean, you can have exceptions to that here and there. But to compare these two, it's completely misnomer. And it's not Chinese only. There are other, India is also having its own say on globalization. And it's an actor, it's a driver. and Singapore is a driver, Korea is a driver, and Japan is a driver. So there will be more non-Western actors. I think, I dare say, that will be less imperialistic, though not without injustice, exploitation. Okay. Take some more questions? It's 3 o'clock now. Yeah, we can take. No, I think we'll finish this session. I don't want to stay until 4 o'clock, so I want to finish the session in the next 10-15 minutes. And otherwise, it will be diminishing return because I also have to stay up.
Hello, sir. My name is Akib. As advocates of the idea of global IR, we stand for the leveling of the field of IR. But do you think that the West is ready to accept this demand and that it will ensure smooth transition to the movement of global IR?
Sorry, what will accept?
Do you think that the West is ready to accept our demand?
West is ready to the West, okay. Okay, no, the West is not ready yet. But the West is not a singular entity. So I think the Europeans are much more willing to do this. The Americans are much less willing to do this. And the Canadians are in between. The Australians are willing to do this as long as it's Asia related. So West is not a singular entity. And I think you'll find a lot more resonance of global IR in Europe than in the United States. The United States is the least ready to take on global IR. There's a good reason for it, because the US is sitting number one. Why give up its privilege? So if you are already the richest and the most powerful, you don't want to give up your power and influence. So they don't want to. There is a little bit of that in my article. No, not in this one. The next, the follow-up article. Opinion polls have shown that Americans recognize that IR, large majority of American IR scholars recognize, like almost 75%, that IR is Western-centric or US-centric, or nearly Western-centric or US-centric. But only less than 50% think we should do something about it. Because they are number one, and they don't want to ask, why do you change the status quo? Why are you doing so well? So that's why the task is very difficult. And the American also students get training in a much more narrow way than Europeans. They all read the same old literature going back to the 50s, Mercantile, Walls, Cohen, and also they read, well, the liberals as well. The Europeans, I know a few universities. I certainly do know Oxford very well because of my own involvement with them. I think they do read a lot more of global IR stuff. So as London School of Economics does a lot more global IR. I just went back to where I gave the launch of my book in LSE, SOAS, and a few other places, and I'm going to Oxford to launch this book in November. I think Germany as well. So there's a lot more reception, positive reception of global IR in Europe than in the United States.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Divera Singh. I'm a master's student in University of Delhi. Sir, my question is that how will global IR affect the functioning and legitimacy of IOs in a multipolar world? How will global IR affect the functioning and legitimacy of international organizations in a multipolar world?
International organization.
Thank you, sir.
Well, international organization is one part of IR, and it's certainly very important. We use the terms global governance more than international organization now. The term now is global governance. And like global IR, global governance is broadening, and there are more willingness to accept different forms of global governance. So until very recently, maybe 15 years ago or 20 years ago, the term global governance would not be recognized by a lot of scholars. So the term was international organization. But a lot of that stuff was about UN. So the UN at various institutions. There was very little recognition for non-state actors, private actors in international cooperation. Now, if you talk about global governance, very few people think of this as an organization thing, driven by an UN or an organization with a bureaucracy and a charter. They'll see it as much more informal, much more broad. You still have rules and norms and institutions, but you don't really equate global cooperation or global governance with formal institutions. So we'll recognize, much more recognition is given to partnerships like government, private sector, corporations, foundations, and civil society. There are many forms of global governance that are based on this sort of a partnership. Sometimes it's called complex governance, hybrid governance, or fragmentation, or I call it pluralization. So it's no longer about formal international organizations. There are more things happening than within the UN system. Regional organizations are important, and the like. So because of that, there is a kind of a symbiotic, a positive relationship between global IR and global governance, because global governance has become broader, broadening one part of what I call global IR, cooperation. Global IR is doing that at the macro level. So global IR and global cooperation or international organization are both relatively new and transformational concepts. And both seek to broaden global IR, broadens traditional IR, global governance broadens traditional international organization. And I think that's basically very positive. Okay, on the question? From the question over there?
So many scholars still frame the Indo-Pacific through the lens of US-China rivalry, specifically realism. But you have argued for a multipolar and complex regional order. How does global IR help us understand the agency of middle powers like India, Japan, or Asian in shaping the multipolarity rather than being mere responders to great power politics?
So are you saying India is a middle power?
Yeah, it is a regional power.
I think that will be quite questionable these days, isn't it? India's economy is larger than Britain and France. So why are they considered great powers and India isn't?
Fourth largest economy recently.
But it is still behind China.
What you were saying like 10 years ago, I would have said, yeah, India is a middle power. I think India is quite in the. I don't see this necessarily as a privilege or status. It can be a burden too. But I would think, anyway, think about that. I see India as a great power. But the idea of multipolarity and the role of the so-called classic middle powers, with Canada or Australia, and Indonesia is a middle power, South Korea is a middle power. Now their roles are changing, and that's why I don't believe in multipolarity. Multipolarity is a club of great powers only. So most of the BRICS are not great powers, right? So South Africa, not a great power. Brazil is not a great power. And the newly recruited BRICS members, like Saudi Arabia, for example, not a great power. Iran, okay, let's forget about Iran. It is an exceptional case because it's constrained by a lot of international sanctions and all. But a relatively free, very wealthy actor like Saudi Arabia is not a great power. But they play an important role. But they have no role in multipolarity. Multipolarity, if you get the classic definition, is a great power club. Power is defined in terms of economic and military power, not ideas and leadership. There are a lot of leadership and ideas come from countries like in the past, Canada, Australia, Norway, now coming from Japan, Korea, and Indonesia. But they are not great powers. Multipolarity cannot handle this, the role of ideas and leadership, the disjuncture between influence and ideas. So I don't buy multipolarity as a useful term, or any polarity, unipolar, bipolar, multipolar. I see world order as a much broader thing, product of much broader set of forces than just material power. Now, another thing about multipolarity is that, and middle powers are part of it. So multipolarity doesn't really give space to middle powers because you think you are a client of a great power. So I used to tell my Australian friends that when Australia was trying to be part of the talk about multipolarity, I said you won't have a chance in a multipolar system because you are going to be basically subsumed under the United States. Some Australians have no problems with it, but a lot of them have problems with it. Okay, status aside, I think the multipolarity is also misunderstood. So we often associate multipolarity with conflict, rivalry and conflict, because that's basically what Europe was like before 1945. So multipolarity, the idea that we have a multipolarity today came mainly from 19th century, early 20th century Europe, leading to 2 world wars. So people think multipolar means disorder and American hegemony is order. Now, I have argued that multipolarity, even as a distribution of power, can be peacefully managed. And that's why we talk about the Amarna system. I have this article in Foreign Policy, just came out, discusses the Amarna diplomacy of the 15th century, around the middle of the second millennium BC, where great powers of the Near East managed relations quite peacefully. Relatively speaking, those great powers, Egypt, Mitanni, Hatti, Babylon, and Assyria. So I don't mind multipolarity if it broadens its base of example base, or derives its ideas from global history, not just from the 19th, 20th century European history. But I still think it's inadequate as a term. So middle powers have a role in world order, and multipolarity constrains them. And they don't have agency. And regional powers, regional institutions, international institutions, corporations, they play a role. Multipolarity constrains them. That's why I use the term multiplex rather than multipolar. And that's a different thing. May talk about it tomorrow. Okay? No more questions? Maybe they're all tired of listening to me. And we can continue some of this tomorrow.
Have some questions tomorrow as well.
Yeah,
so
I think we should. Yeah,
we should close the session. You will be a bit tired as well.
Yeah.
So we'll leave and they'll continue. So we'll move and they'll continue with some other program.
Yeah. Here. Okay. So very good to meet you today, and we'll see you tomorrow.
We are done with this. But you all
so this is for me, or this is for? Okay. I have acute shortage of space for luggage, but I'll certainly take this. Yeah, but let's see what my son thinks of it. Yeah.
Friends, be seated. We'll have a round of introduction of all the participants, and also what in the coming 2 days we are going to have discussion or other course of action. So Dr. Rahat Hassan will be telling, as well as you all will have an opportunity to interact together. Okay, so please be seated.
Yeah, no, I think I need to work on it. I'm not done yet. I'll bring the same thing. Yeah. It's easier for me because I don't work until the last minute.
Good evening, everyone. I am Dr. Asif Nawaz. I am assistant professor at Hamdard Institute of International Studies, Jamia Hamdard. Next.
Assalamualaikum everyone. Myself Bushra Aziz and I'm a research scholar in the Department of Political Science, AMU.
So, dear participant, in this kind of break, we need to introduce ourselves, or we can also have an exchange of ideas with each other. So, there is a little break. After some times, the speaker may come and start the session again, or we will start from tomorrow. So, till then, we have a chance, a great opportunity to interact with each other. If there is anything to exchange, discuss, to share, or your comments is highly appreciable and also welcoming. Please come forward, introduce yourself, and also introduce with your ideas as well. So please come.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nishant Pal. I've been teaching in Sophia Girls College, Ajmer for 4 years. I did my master's from South Asian University. I am also a practicing lawyer, registered in Delhi Bar Council. I did 5-year law from Nirma University. It's been a very engaging session. I feel that there is a need that we as scholars should move away from our strict and narrow mindsets about what we feel about our research areas. It is very important that we learn what these scholars are telling us. It is also very important to unlearn the things that we have been taught for years and years and years, because for me these lectures have sort of brought a very new fresh light. The concepts, the deconstruction that has been done today by the eminent scholar Sir Amitav Acharya has opened doors for doing new kind of reading, fresh perspectives. During the COVID years, I read a very important book by Peter Frankopan, which basically places the narrative of world history from the east rather than from the west. I would definitely suggest anyone interested, because it also talks about the golden era of Islamic empires and how it contributed to the discipline of science and mathematics, which has eventually been, I feel, Islamic empire, the golden age of Islamic empire acted as a bridge where it processed the philosophy from the Greek era, the mathematics from the India, and gave the West the philosophy back, which was used eventually by the Western civilization countries. Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Satyam Yadav. I am pursuing PhD from this Department of Political Science, Aligarh Muslim University. We all are enjoying this whole particular enriching session, and I don't have any sort of particular ideas, but I hope you all will enjoy the upcoming sessions also. Thank you.
Dear participant, you can also come and also share your experience so far in this course. So how much you have experienced and how much you have, interpret and intercept all those the things which have just been discussed with you. You can also give your comment and sharing your views on it so far.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Richa Yadav. I'm a research student in Kanpur University, and so far my experience in AMU has been great. It has been very great. These sessions, interactive sessions, and the lectures and interaction with my fellow research students. So I'd like to thank you, AMU, and my fellow research students for this great experience. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum and very good afternoon, everyone. My name is Farheen Khan, and I have pursued my bachelor's, master's, and I am pursuing my PhD from the same university. Although I have tried a lot for JNU, and there I got 6th rank in the Department of West Asia, but I couldn't get selected there. Coming to this conference, my PhD topic, I don't know I should reveal it or not, but it is somehow same related to this global IR. And so far I have a very good experience. Thank you so much to the faculty. Rahat sir, thank you so much for organizing this. And personally, I read historical things a lot. I am very much interested in history. And in my research, although the idea is based on the global IR, but I will be going through the history of India since ancient and Vedic and medieval, modern, the colonial era and after that, and working on Indian IR obviously. And I am personally interested in reading non-fictional stories as well, because I think that before a political, scientist or any thinker, scholar, doctor, whatever, we should be a good human. So I read such stories where I learn how to be a good human. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Devara Singh. I'm a student of Masters in Department of Political Science, North Campus, University of Delhi. So I guess I'm the youngest here. So you all are like my seniors, not my batchmates or like. So so far my experience here is so engaging, and the things that I learn here is the most value that I will give in my life, because right now I'm in masters and I'm searching my field, and with this conference I'm damn sure it's like I will go further studies in post-colonialism, and I will engage more about India and other perspective of India in IR. So this conference will shape my PhD. So thanks a lot for AMU to arrange this conference. And I really want to thank the organizing committee for a very, very well decent accommodation here, and that taking a good care of us. So thank you so much, sir.
Thank you for joining us, and wish you all the best from our side too. So next.
Hello everyone, my name is Akram Raza, and I am from Himachal Pradesh. And I did my graduation in Pol Science Honours from Dayal Singh College, University of Delhi. Then after, in 2018, then 2020 I did my Masters in Jamia Millia Islamia, International Relations, Department of MMAJ. And then I'm also the permanent faculty of University of Delhi as an assistant professor in Department of Pol Science and South Campus basically. And apart from this, I'm also engaged with University of Oxford. I'm also engaging with the Libyan civil war, basically. So Libyan civil war, and with the collaboration of Kaleem sir in Birmingham University as well as in Oxford University. And I have been to University of Glasgow, Barcelona, and Istanbul University. And basically my research topic is post-Gaddafi era, democratic process in post-Gaddafi era. Yeah. So, thank you. I'm one of the youngest assistant professor of University of Delhi.
Akram sir is my professor in UG. So like we are connected from UG and he's my teacher there.
This is Global IR.
Good evening, everyone. I am Manish Makkar. I am pursuing my PhD from Jamia Millia Islamia, and both AMU and Jamia has a legacy and they are sister concern. And this is my first time in AMU, and I envy your campus because your campus is so wide. Our Jamia is so small, and because our Jamia is bifurcated. Gate number 8 is a very and gate number 7. If you have seen Jamia, so you would be aware that we have only small campus. Like you enter and you just it's end there. Gate number 7 utna tak hi hai. Then we have our. I'm from MMH Academy, and by far and for Jamia Millia Islamia, I guess our building, our institution, and our faculty are the most renowned, and I feel pride for that. And for regarding my research areas, I'm looking now currently looking or pursuing media studies and IR, and I think that is a very emerging topic, and that will be a very relevant regarding future prospects. That's it.
Thank you so much. जामिया कैंपस अलीगढ़ तक है वैसे. Yes sir. Okay. Next.
So, Namaskar everyone. My name is Arvind Yadav. Currently, I am pursuing PhD in Political Science from Chaudhary Chand Singh University, Meerut. My area of research is in Indian government and politics, especially related to judiciary, a case study of Delhi High Court about representation. Earlier, I have worked as guest faculty at Guru Gobind Singh Indraprasth University, New Delhi. So, overall, it has been a good experience to be here. Though my area of research is about Indian government politics, but I have been interested in learning about international relations, especially post-colonialism. So it has been wonderful experience, and also it has helped to come here to break a lot of perception about the campus. So it has been wonderful experience in academics as well as early.
और अभी मैं रिसर्च स्कॉलर हूँ चौधरी चरण सिंह यूनिवर्सिटी मेरठ. सबसे पहले मैं सर को धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा कि इतना अच्छा आपने ऑर्गेनाइज किया हुआ है. और इससे पहले हमने डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ ज्योग्राफी में हमने अभी आरएमसी किया था, पहले अभी पिछले 10 दिन का हुआ था. तो अच्छा कॉन्फ्रेंस है और अच्छा चल रहा है. और एक और बात मैं ऐड करना चाहूँगा कि यहाँ पर जैसे हमारी कुछ एजम्पशन थी, परसेप्शन थी पहले, वो बहुत मतलब यहाँ आने से पहले ख़राब था, लेकिन आकर बहुत अच्छा लगा. और एक चीज़ और है कि जैसा हम कहीं दूर से सोचते हैं तो ऐसा लगता है कि कुछ और है, लेकिन जब पास में आकर देखते हैं तो कुछ ही और ही रियल नज़र आता है. और एक सबसे और अच्छी बात है कि यहाँ की मेहमान नवाजी बहुत अच्छी है. आज तक हमने ऐसा कहीं महसूस नहीं किया, तो इसके लिए और धन्यवाद देना चाहेंगे. और फ्यूचर में ऐसा कोई कॉन्फ्रेंस होगा तो ज़रूर अटेंड करना चाहेंगे. धन्यवाद.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aditya Prakash Narayan, and I am possibly, like after Dr. Acharya, I am possibly the one coming from the farthest point. So I am coming from Pondicherry University, and I am pursuing a PhD there. And I'm basically working on energy transition and the evolving climate finance scenario. Apart from that, I would like to say that I am accidentally here because of the kindness of Dr. Hassan, because I missed to register here, but somehow he allowed me, and I really, I have read Dr. Acharya's work in great depth for my master's dissertation, especially his work on regional cooperation. So I really wanted to like attend this, but somehow I missed it, and thank you so much for allowing me to attend this. Thank you so much.
Next, please.
My name is Ali Kaf, and I am assistant professor in Jamia Hamdard, Department of Political Science and Human Rights. I did my graduation, master's, and PhD from this university. And student of Rahat sir, and Rahat sir was my teacher in graduation, master's, and throughout he taught me, and my guide in PhD. Thank you, sir, for calling.
Thank you, Kev.
Sabhi ko namaste and a very good afternoon to all. My name is Sakshi Chaudhary and I'm pursuing my PhD from the Department of Strategic and Security Studies under Professor Aftab Alam. And my area of research is Indo-Pacific region. First of all, I want to extend my warm welcome to all participants who came from outside AMU. And I also want to thank AMU faculty who has called Mr. Acharya to this campus. It is very relevant to my research. And so I just want to say thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hello everyone, I am Rizwan Haq. I am pursuing PhD from this university, Aligarh Muslim University. Thank you.
From which department? Could you please introduce? Political science. Okay. Next, please. You please come. आपका हो गया? From the back. Please.
Assalamu alaikum. Good evening, everyone. I am Habibur Rahman Ansari, UG and PG Department of Political Science and pursuing PhD, Advanced Center for Women Studies, Aligarh Muslim University. सारी लोगों ने तो तारीफ़ें कर दी, मेरे पास अल्फाज नहीं है तारीफ़ करने की, जितनी अच्छी इन्वायरमेंट इस पुरसून गर्मी में हमें कुल इन्वायरमेंट दिया गया और आईआर की बातें की गई। तो हम जब ऐसे एकेडमिया यहाँ आकर हम लोगों से इंटरेक्ट किए, जो हम यूट्यूब और हम उनके बुकें और आर्टिकलें पढ़ा करते थे, आज हम उनसे रूबरू हुए, तो हम यही बस अपने लास्ट में ही कहेंगे कि उस तराना के उस शहर से हम कहेंगे कि जो अब यहाँ से उठेगा जो सारा जहाँ पर बरसेगा। हम यहाँ से आईआर की नॉलेज लेकर हम अपनी हर फील्ड में हर चीज़ में अब बातें करेंगे। हम हर एस्पेक्ट में यहाँ बातें की गई, क्वेश्चन किया गया, हर चाहे वो एआई से हो, चाहे इंटरनेशनल ग्लोबल इन्वायरमेंट से हो, या जेंडर के पार्टिसिपेशन की बात की जाए, तो यहाँ हर चीज़ पे हम डिस्कशन किए और हमारे बड़े इंटेलेक्चुअल के साथ हम लोगों ने उनके साथ हमने डिस्कशन किया, उनसे क्वेश्चन किया। तो हम लोगों की हर चीज़ें क्लियर हो गई। तो यही डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ पॉलिटिकल साइंस का हम तहे दिल से शुक्रिया अदा करेंगे कि वो हमें एक शॉर्ट टर्म जैसे कोर्स को 5 डे कोर्स के लिए हमें यहाँ पे हम लोगों ने रजिस्ट्रेशन किया, हमें यहाँ कोर्स करने का मौका मिला और हम डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ पॉलिटिकल साइंस और गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया को ये शुक्रिया अदा करेंगे कि शॉर्ट टर्म कोर्स को हमें प्रोवाइड किया, जिससे हमें बेसिक नॉलेज मिली और हम इंशाअल्लाह आने वाले वक्त में हम आईआर के हर एस्पेक्ट पे हम बात करेंगे। अब कुछ अंडरस्टैंडिंग हुई है। हम डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ पॉलिटिकल साइंस के तहे दिल से और इनके जो कोऑर्डिनेटर डॉक्टर राहत हसन एंड मिर्जा रसर मरबेक सर, इन लोगों ने दिन रात जो है इस कोर्स को फॉर्म किया। हम और इसको फॉर्म से हमें बहुत सारे नॉलेजें मिली, हर एस्पेक्ट को, हर टॉपिक को लिया गया। तो मैं बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करेंगे। ठीक, अल्लाह हाफिज़।
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Samreen Alvi. I am research scholar, political science department. Actually, basically, I completed my master in human rights and I am pursuing my PhD in human rights. So I am from non-IR background. I don't know too much about IR. That's why I joined this course. And after joining this course and attending the lectures, I got to know too much about IR, its concept, theories, and the questions you all asked make me too much motivated to got to know about the IR. I'm so thankful that I joined this course. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Zubia Naushad, and I'm currently pursuing Masters in Public Administration from Aligarh Muslim University. And I come from a non-IR background, so that's why I was very interested in this course. And so far, this course has been able to bridge the gap between my understanding, and I am now better at knowing what the complexities are going on in the international affairs. And I'm loving the experience, so thank you. And also, I am a student of Nafis sir, Asmar sir, Firoz sir, Ali Kaf sir, Saif sir. So these all are very great people. Thank you.
It's been a great learning environment for you to learn all these things around your teachers, right? Next, please.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Umme Barka and I'm from Department of Political Science and I'm currently pursuing Masters in Public Administration. So I was not sure about international politics, but I have a slight of interest in international politics. So I joined this course and I got to know about public administration and international politics relation. And I think I have able to understand how public administration and international politics is connected. So thank you very much. And also I have seen the participant asking very relevant questions, and more than the lectures, I have enjoyed the questions more. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Zubair. I did my master's from Jamia, then I worked in corporate for 2 years, then I taught for 6 years in schools, political science. I was teaching political science. So it's a phase for me where a transition ho raha hai, and I'm basically trying to maintain that. I remember when I came to AMU, in the first month I had a heated argument with the professor because I forgot that I am a student here, not a teacher. My area of research is, I'm pursuing my PhD from AMU. My area of research is actually cancer. So I'm trying to understand this cancer, which I believe is a new pandemic, from political lenses. And I thanks Raha sir for giving me this opportunity to be part of this conference because I was very late. And one more thing, we wanted to have this conversation where we can interact with each other. I was not expecting that we will have this session. So informally, we organize a match. So if you are interested in football or cricket, you can join tomorrow after the conference and we can go together. We can have that match, tea together and discussion if you would like to. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum everybody and good evening. Myself Nasir Mustafa. I am doing my PhD from the Department of Political Science, AMU. Before that I have done my Masters from Jamia Millia Islamia. And by the way, more or less I am working on the same area, post-colonialism and Islamism. I am doing comparative study between post-colonial theory and Islamism in the context to human rights. So this is my academic background. A little bit suggestion I have from my side to you as well as to myself that the coming session needs to be more interactive, because if we ask tough questions to the professors, then we can learn even much more than we are right now. So these sessions need to be more interactive.
Good afternoon. Myself Akib Nazir. I have done my Masters from AMU, Political Science Department, and I am pursuing PhD from the same department under the supervision of Professor Mirza Asmar Beg, and I am working on non-traditional security challenges to the state of India. So thank you.
Please, आइए.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Uzma Afzal, and I'm a PhD scholar in the Department of West Asian and North African Studies. And I'm working on China's policy towards the Gulf under Xi Jinping. And I just want to thank thanks to organizers, Professor Asmar Beg and Dr. Rahat Hassan for providing us such a great opportunity where we can engage and interact with such a renowned international relations experts. That's it. Thank you so much.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. A very good afternoon. My name is Rifa Tabassum. I am a research scholar in the Department of Political Science, Aligarh Muslim University. I did my graduation and masters from Aligarh Muslim University, and today on this platform I like to extend, I'm really thankful to the organizers, speakers here, especially Professor Asmar Beg sir, Rahat sir, Aisha ma'am, and everyone here who have been a pivotal part of this conference and brought a lot on the table through which we have able to expand our understanding of international relations. Although my topic of research is gender specific, but these 2 days and the international relations aspects which we have covered so far, it all has changed my perspective. Like I develop a lot of inclination towards IR in general because of these 2 days conference. So it's really helpful for the future political scientists as well to have more such conferences in the coming future. So thank you so much. Thank you so much, participants and all the fans here.
From the back.
Yeah, good evening all of you. Yeah, myself Mohammad Sahil, and I am basically from West Bengal. Currently I am pursuing my PhD from this university and this political science department under the supervision of Dr. Rahat Hassan sir. And my research area is India's foreign policy, and my research topic is related to this conference topic like multilateralism and emerging world order. And you know, it's how difficult to manage a conference and all the things. So that's I know how Dr. Rahat Hassan said that my supervisor, how engaged in this conference from previous 6 months. So you know how it's difficult to manage. So I thanks to Dr. Radhanan sir who can manage everything. And I also thanks to all the participants who contribute and participates and make this half and more part of the conference make successful. So thanks to all the participants. And one of the little important things that tomorrow the classes will be held in classroom number 1. It's located just next to the auditorium. Okay, so I requested to all the participants to come to classroom number 1 at 10 a.m. Okay.
This is only for tomorrow, no, sir? Okay. So tomorrow's session will be held in room number 1. Instead of here, we need to reach to the room number 1 for tomorrow's session only. Okay. Okay. Yes, can we have, please, आप आइए. So it is good to listen to different departments, no?
Hello everyone. I'm a bit tall, so hello everyone. Hello guys. Good. Okay, so do I need to introduce myself? I'm very popular over here, but my name is Al-Sabah Benyamin. I am PhD student here in Department of West Asian and North African. I have something to say because I think if I'll not say, I will not be able to sleep entire night. So yesterday, or I heard it yesterday itself, many students had this query that theories are not able to resolve the conflict going around, and they are not working anymore, theories. So I would say to them that it is completely fine, because the other day I was reading this book called The Cracked Mirror by Gopal Guru and Sundar Sarukai, I think. So the entire book is based on that premise that theories, if you find a non-coherence between theories and reality. So the book says that the Western scholars and intellectuals have always overshadowed the reality and lived experiences. Okay, so it is completely fine if you find a non-coherence between theory and practice. So it is up to you. You guys can contribute to it. You guys can make theories. It is not about. It is not like any shame that a theory is coming from the third world or underdeveloped countries or still developing countries. So it is completely fine if we can make theory ourselves. So there is no shame. The world will have to admit our theory. Okay, so that is what I wanted to say. And cameraman bhaiya, thank you yaar, thank you.
Hello everyone. I am Ahmed. I am pursuing PhD under Asmar Beg sir, Mirza Asmar Beg sir. I have done my graduation from JNU in Persian language. I completed my master's in Aligarh and now I am pursuing PhD. And I think this program is very timely considering the topic. Since I am working on Iran, and when I study about Iran, I want material that how Iran has influenced, or how Iran tries to influence the world, that does not come up very often. And I feel that it's a lacuna in the academic world. So, like Iran, there are many countries in the third world, India, China, and other countries as such, and we all need such platform, and this platform provides us, or this post-colonial or global IR, these types of methods and mechanisms provide us that platform or that phenomena to bring our voices to the forefront. Thank you.
Yes, please.
So, last but not the least, this is the time that we want to have an integral university intervention.
So I am also the participant like you, so this is my responsibility to come over here and introduce myself and try to interact with you. And I'm not boasting, I will not boast anything about me, I am just laying down what I am and what I am supposed to know about me and what others think about me. I'm simply just a student like you, though I have been teaching in Integral University on the post of the Assistant Professor Political Science at the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences. There is not a Department of Political Science, there is a Department of Humanities and Social Sciences since 2021. And before joining the Integral University, I have been complete my all educations from graduations to the PhD from Political Science, Aligarh Muslim University. And I completed my PhD in 2020 under the supervision of Professor Mirza Asmar Beg. And what I have learned and what I have been engaging, what I have been gained, anything about whether it is IR, whether it is a political theory, I have learned just due to my presence, all of my teachers, and particularly one of them is here, Dr. Rahat Hassan sir. I have learned a lot of things from him and still learning. Whenever I find something confusing or anything which is difficult to learn and grasping and grappling with any concept, I used to call Rahat sir and try to clarify on that. So he is a man of great learning and great knowledge. So I again, first of all, thanks to Dr. Rahat Hassan sir for giving me this opportunity to get enrolled in this course and get the chance to explore the domain of my knowledge. Thank you so much. Now, I also invite to our esteemed faculty members from Women's College. We have Dr. Aisha Imtiaz with us. So with this word, I request Dr. Aisha ma'am, please come here and say some words to our participants.
Good afternoon. Like you, I'm also a participant, a learner of international relations for now. So don't consider me as a faculty for now at least. Moreover, what I would like to share about this course is that it's a brainstorming kind of a course. It has opened up a new avenue for all of us to think, to frame ourselves, to push ourselves and to push our own boundaries of thinking and thought. So that we must not confine ourselves in the traditional ways of thinking, the traditional ways of political theory, maybe of political thought. It is just one avenue, but it does not mean that we can or we have to be confined here only. We can think also, similar kind of thinking we can also get for Indian politics, for political theory, hardcore political theory that we have with ourselves, and also for Indian politics. So I think it is a good way to start with. So I would like to thank a lot Professor Mirza Asmar Beg Sahab and also our teacher Dr. Muhammad Rahat Hassan Sahab, who have meticulously organized this course for us and made us available with such kind of wonderful faculties which has actually challenged our thinking. So we have Atul sir, we actually has made us unlearn everything about IR, whatever we were knowing. Then we have Rajan sir, who also have then, he started built up a new kind of a theory for us. So we know that we have to always start from the beginning. So whenever you think about any kind of global IR, as we have, like, we are able to talk about it, at least use it in our vocabulary. So we have to always start with what is hegemonic knowledge. So we start with adversate in that way. So this is how, this course is being designed. And after all, there are volunteers who have worked quite a lot. That is why this event could have become possible. So we are meeting tomorrow for the, it's going to be the 4th day of this GIAN course, and we are going to do it in the room number 1. So tomorrow we'll assemble there at 10 a.m. in room number 1 of this.
Room number 1.
Okay, thank you so much.
So, thank you very much for your views, for your comment, for introducing yourself, and for letting us know about you. And after this, I request to all of you, please join us at the cup of tea, and then after we can leave. Thank you so much.